The latest in gaming news is all about the unexpected. The GTA 6 trailer 2 is back in the news because a band may have leaked the release month. Yeah, a band. We also have the theories about when it's going to land with the earnings call. We'll talk about that in just a second. And then PlayStation had some leadership changes, and it is being, unsurprisingly, egregiously and falsely reported. And we're going to give you the official press releases from Sony, since the gaming journalism and the state of game reporting is horrendously bad. Spider-Man 2 is coming to PC tomorrow, and we have zero information on it. I actually think it's probably been delayed. MLB The Show will be releasing in a way that Xbox fans didn't expect. And speaking of Xbox, they finally made a breakthrough with Baldur's Gate 3, but then an email sent them on a bit of a roller coaster yesterday. So we're going to try to get through this show open as fast as I can. I've been trying to shorten them. If you watch these later, I'm also trying to add those timestamps for you. Be sure to hit subscribe and the bell button. Make sure your bell button's set to all. Some people had their bell button set to personalized. If you want to support the channel directly, we're working on a big goal right now. You can click join and make sure you hit Member Plus. That's $6, and it gets you into all of the extra content that I make. So let's get into this. What is going on with GTA 6 trailer 2? Well, we managed to go almost 1 week without me having to put this in the title and the thumbnail of my content. In case you missed it, my most recent coverage was last week, and we basically theorized that January 30th would be the date, which I think lines up with all of their release date trailers of the past. Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5 both happened right at the end of January or the beginning of February, which lines up with their earnings call. So I thought they'll do it right before the earnings call. Makes sense to me, right? A recent development means it might actually be coming next month, though. A rock band, Raven in the Dark Shadows, posted about their upcoming album, tour, and single on Reddit, and the last part says, next month, our brand new single, Dracula New World Remix, will be on the new trailer for GTA 6. Now, this could line up with some of the other theories that are out there. There were other people saying that they would not release GTA 6 trailer 2 until after the earnings calls. Others predicted they would do it the exact same day. I still think landing before makes the most sense, and it lines up with things they've done before. They do their release dates in the end of January, right before that earnings call. Now, we need to have it sooner than later because it's just absolutely continuing to strangle the news cycle. So we'll be watching for that maybe tomorrow. We may be doing a GTA 6 trailer 2 waiting room again tomorrow. It's fun. The news cycle's kind of dry anyway, and you know it's dry when you have people literally lying about PlayStation leadership changes. This has been misreported for over a year. Hermen Hulst and Hideaki Nishino were never co-CEOs. They were actually appointed to specific CEO roles, and Nishino is getting a promotion. So I'm going to read to you the official Sony press releases, not the garbage reporting that is out there, basically completely misrepresenting the situation and claiming that Hermen Hulst has been demoted. He has not been demoted. There were people saying this was in response to Concord. They are seemingly going full steam ahead with their live service plans, even though they have canceled some games internally, like the Bend Studio game and the Bluepoint game. Hermen Hulst just did an interview with Famitsu in January saying that they were still going to be doing their live service plans. So this is what was stated last year in May. Okay, this is an official press release from Sony. Effective June 1, 2024, Hideaki Nishino will be appointed CEO of SIE's Platform Business Group, and Hermen Hulst will be appointed CEO of SIE's Studio Business Group. And just yesterday, listen to this announcement. They said the following: Sony Group Corporation and Sony Interactive Entertainment, the company behind PlayStation, today announced the appointment of Hideaki Nishino to the role of President and CEO effective April the 1st of 2025. This marks an evolution designed to maximize synergies across SIE that was announced in May of 2024, in which Nishino was appointed CEO of Platform Business Group effective June 1st. Alongside Hermen Hulst, who was appointed CEO of the Studio Business Group. Hulst will continue to serve as CEO Studio Business Group, reporting to Nishino. Okay, so this is not a demotion. They were both put into positions last year. That was a promotion for Hulst. He is staying in that position. He's going to continue doing that role. This is a shakeup because of what Totoki is doing. Hiroki Totoki is stepping away from what he was doing. He was filling in. Nishino is now both CEO and president. This is a promotion for Nishino. The only change for Hulst is just who he reports to. His status at the company has not changed, and his role has not changed. So everybody is running with the co-CEO thing. They were never referred to as co-CEOs by Sony. That was a headline thing that the games outlets and games media was running with. They were never listed as co-CEOs. So it's not like they were co-CEOs and now Hermen's kind of getting kicked to the side. They were both given promotions into CEO roles. Hulst is staying in that role, and Nishino's getting an extra title, basically. He's getting elevated and bumped up, so it's a big promotion for him. This doesn't mark a change in strategy. As I said, Hulst just did an interview at the beginning of January. So the reporting out there and the lying about this is just, it's embarrassing at this point. It's not even spin. It's not even console tribalism. It's just dishonest lying. It is not true, and I think the state of gaming journalism has become a literal joke that 5 minutes of research that I did this morning, I went to official Sony press releases and I saw that this is not at all what people are claiming that it is. Now, in the realm of PlayStation, if you were hoping to play Spider-Man 2 on your PC this weekend, I would not count on it. This game is allegedly coming to PC tomorrow, and they've said nothing. There's not a blog with min or required specs. You cannot pre-order the game. There are like 3 or 4 pre-order bonuses for Spider-Man 2 on PC. You're not going to be able to get them because you're not going to have time to pre-order it because you can't pre-order it right now. I think all signs point to, for whatever reason, Spider-Man 2 on PC has been delayed. I don't think they're going to give people like 12 hours to pre-order it unless somebody made a mistake and it goes live tomorrow and they just give everybody the pre-order bonuses. Outside of that, I think this has actually been delayed. With Spider-Man 1, they had a blog outlining the technology and the min and required specs an entire month before Spider-Man 1 hit PC. So given the pre-purchase bonuses that basically won't be available if this thing just goes live tomorrow, nobody was able to pre-purchase it, and the fact that we haven't gotten a blog or any min or recommended specs, I believe Spider-Man 2 on PC has been delayed, and we're not sure why. Nixxes does good work. Maybe they encountered some issues. It is a very different game from Spider-Man 1. The fast traveling is almost instantaneous. That you're going to need... Probably going to need SSDs to run this. And also, with just the way that they've set up the traversal, you're going to probably have to have pretty decent PCs to run this because of how it renders the city and everything's moving by very quickly. Nixxes does good work. I'm sure it'll be fine, but probably not coming tomorrow. Another announcement that kind of surprised some people, MLB The Show 2025, or I'm sorry, MLB The Show 25, Windows Central reports that it is skipping Game Pass for the first time since coming to Xbox. Really observant readers noticed in the actual PlayStation blog announcing this game, they said the following: the game will not be on platform subscription services in 2025. Now, it specifically denotes in 2025. That leaves open the possibility that it could come to PS Plus or Game Pass in the future. But in the year of 2025, it will not be landing on any of the sub-services that are out there. Now, I really do wonder if we're going to see a decrease in non-first-party Xbox games hitting Game Pass. Microsoft may not see the ROI in writing really fat checks to really big games hitting Game Pass. They can just put their own stuff over there. They've got an annual Call of Duty they can put on Game Pass. They've got Doom the Dark Ages coming, games like Fable and Outer Wilds 2. I don't know if you're going to see a lot of big third-party titles getting those checks to come to Game Pass anymore. That's potentially what's going on. This may be an MLB decision, maybe a contractual decision, or maybe Microsoft just decided it's not worth spending that money anymore because they've got enough of their own property to put on Game Pass, right? You got a big year. Probably one of the biggest years for Game Pass ever is coming with Doom and Outer Wilds and South of Midnight and an annual Call of Duty. So now, speaking of Xbox, Baldur's Gate 3 finally will be receiving split screen on the Xbox Series S. This game released in December of 2023 on Xbox without split screen. Now, that was already 3 to 4 months after the game released on PC and PlayStation. It hit PC first, then PlayStation, and then Xbox. So that means it took approximately 17 months to get split screen working on the Series S. All this does to me, I do not think this is the win that the Xbox guys think it is, okay? This just resurfaces the facts that there are problems with the Series S, and it just highlights and really draws into the I think into center stage that an accomplished studio like Larian, even with the help of Xbox engineers, took over a year and a half to get the feature to work. I honestly thought they would have just given up on this, because adding this now is not a win. It's just highlighting how much extra dev time something as simple as split screen can take. 343 abandoned split screen in Halo Infinite, and the Game of the Year from 2023 just took a year and a half to add it. Again, I don't think this is the win that people think that it is. And last and certainly but not least, really quickly, we thought World of Warcraft was coming to console and Game Pass, all right? Everybody was kind of celebrating, and it got shot down pretty quickly. An email went out that stated, play Call of Duty, Diablo 4, World of Warcraft, and more of Activision's biggest hits on Game Pass. And it didn't take long to make the rounds, and then Game Pass official Twitter account responded, and it was a bit of a double whammy. People were like excited to think, oh, WoW's coming to console and it's going to be on Game Pass, because in the email, World of Warcraft had the PC icon and the console icon underneath of it. This is what was stated on Twitter when they clarified. Blizzard's World of Warcraft was accidentally included in a Game Pass email, even though it's not available with the service. A correction email will be sent to those who got the original email soon. Now, that doesn't say that it's not happening, just that it's not currently there, okay? So this could be happening. This seems like an awfully big oops-a-daisy that somebody would have World of Warcraft imagery with icons for PC and console, and the title of the email included WoW. It seems to me like there may be a big announcement coming about these Activision titles coming to Game Pass, as well as World of Warcraft coming to console. If it was a simple mistake, buddy, that's a doozy to make that level of a mistake. So we'll have to wait and see. Last, certainly not least, I tried to go through this as fast as I could because there was more news that got added just this morning. A game for your wish list and your radar. This one's called Rusty Rabbit. It hits Steam, the Nintendo Switch, and the PlayStation 5 on April the 17th. It's a 2D action platformer. It also features RPG mechanics where you can upgrade your mech with different parts and materials that you collect from when you're playing throughout the game. And I think it features some really great things as well. It looks really fun. There's various weapon abilities. There's fast movement. It looks like a blast. Very quick movement in the mech suit that you get to upgrade and customize. Again, this one's called Rusty Rabbit, coming out April 17th to Steam, Switch, and the PS5. And that's the news, and now it's time for the discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, guys. Thanks so much. Make sure you are smashing the like button. Let's get the first 200 likes. You guys already surpassed 100 likes, but I got some people to thank. Kicking off the day before I even went live with a 20 bomb from MASH, pushing us over in to 200. He's like, we missed pace yesterday. He's like, but I'm going to get us back. And he does a 10 bomb to get us to 212. So I already owe you guys 5 members. And then a 5 bomb comes in from Super Gaming to get us to 217, and then Joker Quinn with a single to 218, and then Tiny Pixel. Is that a member plus? Is that a renewal or an upgrade? Let me see. We actually count all upgrades to member plus and VIPs as 2. So let us see what we can see on the back end. I'm not going to go to chat and wait for the response. I'm just going to check on my own here. Tiny Pixel, no, that was just a renewal. So Tiny Pixel and Danny both renewed their VIPs, and that puts us at 220. Tempting somebody to drop the 5 bomb to put us at 225. And somebody here says, Reuters meanwhile knows what's up. Real news outlet versus gaming trash rag. EA shares slump after soccer game misses goal. EA shares suffered decline after underperforming game sales. Oh, people are trying to claim that the EA shares are going down because of Dragon Age Veilguard, but it's actually because of the soccer game. Well, there you go. September 17th, 2025 release date. Oh, you're saying that's the release date for GTA 6? Yeah, so a band, in relation to my shirt today, no talkie before coffee. If you guys are not coffee drinkers, be sure to order some coffee today. Morning, all you wonderful gamers. So the GTA 6 trailer 2. Oh, let me set up the super chat goal. The current rumor now leaked by a band. I will gift a one member. The current leak came from a band who said their new single will be in the new trailer next month. And so people are like, oh, that's February. So it could be landing in February. If it lands in February, it would likely then land. How do I get my calendar to come up? Oh, okay. I'm not used to Windows 11. If it lands on the 3rd, the 4th, or the 5th, that would be before their earnings call on the 6th. I still am holding out hope it's coming tomorrow because I am going out of town next week. That's going to be a huge bummer if it hits while I'm gone. So if the GTA 6 trailer 2 lands on like Tuesday or Wednesday next week, I won't be able to cover it with you guys. I'll be in Florida. It's a short trip. I wanted to leave not when the Xbox Developer Direct was happening, and I didn't want to miss all the games and all the ramp up in February, so I tried to couch everything in the right spot. Do I think there's a state of play? There's rumors that there will be a state of play in February. I don't think it would be early. I think they would wait until like the mid or the halfway point. That first week in February, I don't think anybody's going to want to do anything because of that Take-Two earnings call. That's just going to dominate the news cycle. So I don't think anybody's going to be doing much in the way of announcements, in that show open. Brett Williams says second blip. Brett Williams, if you're getting blips, we are on lower latency, so you might want to lower your quality. If you try to run the highest quality when I'm on low latency, you might get buffers. I'm not seeing any blips on my end, and I'm not seeing anybody else in chat complaining about it. So it could be potentially just your quality setting. There will be Herd around the 6th. Will you be doing another waiting room on the 31st? I was going to do one tomorrow. The rumor is tomorrow. Had to refresh on my end. Really? Are you going to the Switch 2 hands-on event? No, I'm not. Insomniac with the $5 super chat. The first super chat right now. Creatures punching the wall right now. Taking another trip. You know? Hasn't been a problem. It won't always be a problem. There was a minor blip at the start of the podcast, says Corey. Oh, yeah, it's not on my end. This thing's been just smooth humming, so maybe YouTube's having some issues. I did not play these games on console, says Chris, though Stone on PC, for me, did not miss nearly as many features on console as I can remember. What game are you talking about? No Man's Sky is the greatest advert for Light No Fire. All the tech they're adding to No Man's Sky is something that they developed for Light No Fire. Yeah, we will obviously be trying to cover that tomorrow. I didn't have time to add it to the show open, but the latest No Man's Sky update is looking very, very nice. Like, they are adding so much. I want to do a really sort of lengthy, maybe not like a retrospective, but kind of a retrospective, almost like an opinion piece on that game and all that they have added. Gordon says, I owe you an apology. I mentioned co-CEOs in my comment this morning. I didn't realize there was never actually called co-CEOs. Gordon, you don't owe me an apology. I had to change my opening monologue. I thought they were co-CEOs because like every headline last year said they were co-CEOs. And then I went and read the actual press releases and I was like, Sony never referred to them as co-CEOs. They both got promotions and nothing in that regard is changing except for the fact that Nishino is getting another promotion. But Hermen Hulst is not getting demoted. He got promoted to a CEO position last year and he is staying in that position. Nintendo lost a trademark case against Super Mario Supermarket in Costa Rica. Well, I don't know if that's good or not since that is their property. Anyways, hopefully they lose the one against Pocket Pair as well. A $5 super chat. Thank you, Mike Yeah, you almost got me. You almost got me. I was like, wait a minute. That one's pretty good. That one's elaborate. It's a little too long, though, so as I was reading it, I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. Maybe a video, something like, is No Man's Sky the greatest game comeback of all time? Yeah, we've already done a video about that, I believe. I wanted to do something a little bit more deeper, maybe a little bit more existential, but yeah. Good try. Yeah, that was one of the best tries. Yeah, that was better than Mr. Oxmall. Yeah, Mr. Oxmall got me. He did. He got Mooch the other night too, on Crossfire. So well done. To be fair to everyone, co does mean shared, but is also widely used as equal, meaning having the same position title. So let's cut them some slack. Well, it wasn't necessarily like egregious reporting when they referred to them as co-CEOs, right? The issue wasn't that. The issue was they basically built that into their schema. So when they saw the news yesterday, they were like, oh, Hermen Hulst has been demoted. And it's like, no, he hasn't. They were both promoted and put into roles in June of last year. Herman staying in that role, and Hideaki Nishino is getting a promotion. And some of this is in relation to Yoshida leaving and Totoki stepping away from being chairman. So like this is a shift, not a demotion. And again, a demotion would require him to be having his position taken or put into a lower position, and it's literally the exact same. Andy with $5 super chat. Happy Lunar New Year. Thank you so much. That's the whisper right now. 80 for Doom. No, it's not $80 for Doom. No. Doom, The Dark Ages, PlayStation Store. Let's see here. I don't know if you can pre-order it just yet. Here we go. Doom, The Dark Ages comes out May 14th, $69.99. I'm not quite sure why the $80 rumor got started. There is a premium edition for $100. There's a premium edition for $100. Now, maybe somebody took a screenshot of like a Canadian storefront. Sometimes their prices are higher. I don't know. Yeah, it's $69.99 right now. It's an organizational change, Eugene says, because of people leaving at the top. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with Hulst. Yeah, I mean, I put Hermen Hulst on the thumbnail because they put him in every headline and they put him in every picture. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess we're going to talk about Hermen Hulst. And it's like, it has nothing to do with him. They were like, he's doing great. He's just going to continue doing what he's doing. That was basically what the press release said. I truly think that what happened with Concord has everybody thinking that like, and then the canceled Blue Point and the canceled Bend game, I think it truly has people thinking that like PlayStation's like rattled and everything's a shambles. I mean, I saw a guy this morning claiming that this generation's been ruined. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. At the end of this year, we added up all of the second, third-party exclusives and first-party exclusives for the console. We added them all up, and it's by the end of this year, it's going to be like almost 20 games. That's like a game a quarter. They've done a perfectly fine job with cadence, with relationships, with third and second parties, with exclusivity. Pre-purchase Doom, The Dark Ages. Oh, it's €80. It's €80 on Steam for Doom, The Dark Ages. Maybe that's why the whole hubbub started about it. It's Year of the Snake, and Metal Gear Solid Delta comes out this year. Nice. I do hope Herman does better. I don't think there's been any issue at all with the single-party games, the second-party exclusives, or the third-party exclusives. Like, I think we're already set up for a really great year with Ghost of Yotei, Lost Soul aside, and Death Stranding 2. That's a strong year. I think there's probably a fourth game as a surprise, maybe, like we've said. Small Venom game or something. Even if not, I'm like, that's a solid year to me. I think that's probably going to be the pattern from them, is they'll have like a China Hero project game that they're publishing, a second-party game like Death Stranding 2, and then one of their big first-party titles like Yotei. So, thank you so much, Mr. Chiag 343. I appreciate you. Thanks for watching every day. If you guys want to support the channel right now, a great way to do it. Get us to 200 likes. We only need 50 more. There's a ton of you here. That like count starts screaming and soaring. We meet more people. If you're tuning in for the GTA 6 trailer 2 news, there was a band that posted on Reddit that said that their new single is coming out next month on the GTA 6 new trailer. So they may have given away that it's dropping in February. Now, a lot of us have said, I think unless something crazy happens in the news, we were going to do a waiting room tomorrow because I think the theory about the 30th is a solid theory. I do. You liked it? Thank you. When we looked at the Red Dead Redemption 2 release date trailer, the GTA 5 release date trailer, they're always happening right at the end of January or like on the first day of February, and that's right before the earnings call. I think that just makes good sense. It does. PlayStation is dead? Sure. Yeah, PlayStation's dead. Yep. Most successful generation ever, and they're on pace to surpass PS4 market saturation. But sure. Yeah, they're dead. GTA 6 will be next year, and I'll play it on my console. Time exclusive will be the best. Play all my console time exclusive where they play best. My PC. Cool. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're coping with the fact that you can't play GTA 6, and so you're hoping it gets delayed so that the console guys will be upset, and you're you're also excited to brag about your PC. Okay, cool. Wow, what a great contribution to the conversation everybody's having right now. William with the $5 super chat. May I ask you to please read my new correcting misunderstandings post? It makes it simple and easy to understand with a flow chart. Thank you for the $5 super chat, William. Hang on. I don't see you. Hang on. I thought I had you in my notifications. William. What in the world is this? Correcting misunderstandings. Hermen Hulst was not demoted. Hulst keeps the promotion he got in 2024 as CEO of Studio Business Group. Hideaki Nishino has been promoted a second time to the CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment. Hiroki Totoki has been promoted to CEO of Sony. Yeah, like it's not difficult to understand that, like, Hulst got a promotion last year. He's keeping that promotion. Hideaki Nishino is getting another promotion because Hiroki Totoki's getting a promotion. Like, this is the headline up here. These two gentlemen. Hermen Hulst has nothing to do with this announcement. He has nothing to do with this announcement. It's simply untrue to say that, like, Hulst got demoted. It's quite literally objectively false to claim he got demoted. What's good, Dylan? For me, when Phil said this is what he hears and he tried to address it, I felt at least reassured that they're aware and trying to figure out, but no clear answers yet, says Mash. What are you guys talking about? I like Paris, as normally does not hold back on interviews. Can't say the same for Destin. I've not watched enough. I thought those interviews were fine. I don't think either of those gentlemen did a bad job. Guys, double check that it's saving your like. We need 25 more really, really quickly. We're having a banger day. Welcome on in. There's a lot to talk about. GTA 6 Trailer 2, a shakeup at PlayStation. Baldur's Gate 3 is finally getting split screen. Metal Gear's coming this year. Hopefully. Doc tried again with this story last night, and he said he got fired. Yeah, I mean, that's just flat out not true. That is egregiously false. He was not fired. He was not demoted. I like Doc, but that is 100% objectively false. It's not up for interpretation. It's not up for, well, technically. No, absolutely not. Hiroki Totoki moved. Nishino moved. They go up in status, and Hulst is just maintaining the promotion he got last year. Von Payne Black blended whiskey infused with natural black currant. What in the world is that? That bottle looks incredible. These gaming sites always take the breadcrumb and make a big story out of unfounded predictions. And then the other lazy sites just copy. Isn't this the guy who pushed Concord? I have said that I think the best thing for Hermen Hulst to do is to focus on the studios and to let the Center for Live Service Excellence handle the live service games, because he was totally off the mark on Concord. I don't think you want him in charge of anything with respect to live service. That's not what he needs to be doing. He needs to be overseeing the studios to make sure they have what they need and they're bringing out things on time. If we're going to be doing quality assessment of live service games, Hermen Hulst should not be doing that. That is clearly something he's not equipped to do. So I 100% think he got a dose of humble pie with what happened to Concord. And my hope would be is that internally he's just owned that and been like, I missed the mark on that. I'm going to rely on you guys. I'm not the guy for this quality assessment job. To me, you have to have people that are able to say no or able to say that's a bad idea. Like, somebody should have said that God of War live service is a bad idea. Sony is scrambling. In what way is Sony scrambling? Where do you see evidence of a scramble? Everything they've reported about revenue and trajectories for the console is incredibly healthy and strong. They canceled live service games, which Yoshida in 2023 said they cancel games all the time. I don't think anything dramatic has happened. I think people want there to be dramatic things happening because their team in the console fight is no longer really even on the battlefield, so they want to make it seem as though like PlayStation's in a bad spot. Last year, PlayStation had Astro Bot, Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin. They also had Helldivers 2. If you're just talking exclusives, they also had Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Like, if we're talking exclusives, if we're talking published games, since now published games are first-party games, they actually had a great lineup last year, if you're talking about published games. If you're talking about exclusives, which that all has ever mattered to me, I don't care who owns the game. I don't care who owns the studio. You know, there wasn't like a percentage of enjoyment dial that I was turning up and down to be like, well, you know, PlayStation owns the Helldivers 2 IP, but they don't own Arrowhead, but they do own the IP. No, that doesn't affect my enjoyment of games. Like, they made a great game and they put it on their platform and PC, and I had a blast playing it. I just wiped my Xbox today. I'm going to recycle it. Might get some money for the games. Better to cancel before release. Yeah, I would much rather them have internal assessments to cancel games before releasing as opposed to doing what they did with Concord. They learned a really valuable lesson with Concord. I have it on good authority. One of my sources informed me that they basically were really secretive about their game, and that ordinarily when you're making a game, a bunch of the people at SIE get to see it and play it, and they didn't do that. Turn your volume up notches, up 2 to 3 notches. You turn your own volume up. My volume's been set to these thresholds for a long time. My volume's fine. They were like super secretive with their game, and you can see evidence of that with Concord in the market. We didn't get to see gameplay until like a couple of months before it came out. Right? Here are again, back at it with his sources. You have no sources? Yes, I do. I have people that actually work at the company that tell me things. What are you talking about? I wouldn't just randomly claim that like the Firewalk Studios was like really, oh, you made your account 8 minutes ago. Cool. Yes. There you go. Here's your ban. You are pathetic. In here on an alt account like a coward trying to stir up trouble. My gosh, what a pathetic life you live. Like, I don't know, just keep making accounts. I don't know. You basically communicate to the algorithm that this channel's really relevant and put more money in my pocket. Thank you. What a weirdo. Have some new info about GTA 6 thing in the Discord. Oh, we got some new info on GTA 6 here. The band with the GTA 6 is 99% a marketing thing for their music. The band has done this since 2023. Here's them doing it last year. Original post deleted. Not sure if this means anything, but a local Miami band called Raven in the Dark Shadows made a post on Reddit asking about creepy places to have concerts. And they also mentioned, next month our upcoming single, Dracula and the New World Remix, will be on the new upcoming trailer for GTA 6. They did the same thing last year? They did? Man. You know why that gives me... I'm actually kind of glad to see that. That gives me hope. That gives me hope that that next year, that it's coming this month. It's not coming next month. Oh, and by the way, the people think Sony is scrambling. These are the top 20 games in dollar sales last year. Helldivers, MLB The Show, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Spider-Man 2. Yeah, they're really scrambling. Did you also see the revenue report that like almost 70% of Microsoft's publishing revenue in December came from Sony? Yeah, they're really scrambling. Sony's in a really bad place. Mike on a mic with a $5 super chat tip. There it is, the confetti. And let's set another goal. And I owe you guys a member. And now that bumps the line to 221. It's been sitting here dangling, hoping for a 5-bomb to get to 225. And then I would owe you guys 10 members. Here's the single that I owe you for the super chats. Thank you so much, Mike on the mic, for the super chat. They're too busy dangling the carrot about powerful hardware in the future. It's like PlayStation and Nintendo will stomp you again. Do you realize? I don't think Xbox has dangled any carrot about more powerful hardware. I think fanboys are hoping that they're going to do it. I don't think Xbox has any interest in future hardware being like the strongest. I think they're going to try and do a handheld, and I think they're going to try and do some kind of a hybrid. I don't think they're interested in fighting that fight anymore. Okay, hang on. New in-game content incentives are coming to PlayStation games on PC. Marvel Spider-Man 2, Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, and God of War Ragnarok offer in-game content unlocks for users playing with the PlayStation Network account. Yeah, but what about Spider-Man 2? What is Spider-Man 2 actually coming tomorrow? Did they say anything in this blog about Spider-Man 2 coming to PC? It's supposed to be tomorrow. We have no way to pre-order it. We have no specs about it. What the heck's going on with that game? Yeah, even their official website for Spider-Man 2 on PC, there's pre-purchase on Steam, pre-purchase on Epic. They have no specs listed at all. Did they update? Starting with tomorrow's release of Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Well, what the frick are you guys doing? They're requiring a PSN to get Spider-Man 2. Yeah, you don't have minimum or recommended system requirements for Spider-Man 2, and no one can pre-order the game to get the pre-order bonuses. Like, what are you doing, PlayStation? Sony's too busy scrambling to release Spider-Man 2. Yeah, they're scrambling. That's right. Why do you think that they would say absolutely nothing about Spider-Man 2 at this point? I think it's worse to delay with under 24 hours than to just say something. They've been articles for weeks now. I don't get it. You can't pre-order it. You cannot pre-order it. I just went to the website. I just went to the Steam landing page. You can't pre-order the dadgum game. There's pre-order incentives that you can't take advantage of. You can add the game to your wish list right now. That's it. And they require a PSN. I think the PSN requirement, maybe they had to push that out. Super bizarre. I don't understand what they're doing. PlayStation doesn't care about PC anymore. They don't care about PC. They just released a blog saying that when you play on PC, there's new unlocks and incentives when you play on PC with your PSN. But they don't care about PC? That blog is 30 seconds old. What are you talking about? Not to give the failure of Concord a pass, but Sony released 2 live service games last year. One was a huge success and one failed. I don't think that's all that bad. Well, and this is why I think the narrative that, like, they're scrambling, they're in a shambles, and that they're not going to do live service anymore, or that, you know, Hermen Hulst got demoted. Hey, somebody ordered some coffee. Jack Garland ordered the triple threat. Thank you, Jack Garland, for ordering some coffee. You the man. You would have told me about the GTA thing if you knew I was going to cover it sooner. That's fine. It's not bad to have GTA 6 in the headlines and in the news, Why do you get upset and ban people when they're just commenting? We're all human, and yeah, maybe not agree with everyone's comment, but silencing them is wrong? No, Anthony. I don't just ban people for sharing their opinion. I ban somebody with an 8-minute-old account who I know has been banned before, and they've made an account to come in here and cause trouble. That's called ban evasion. I don't ban people for just sharing their opinion. Have you seen anybody today that I've been like, hey, I don't like your opinion, you're banned? I banned a guy because he was taking a swing at me, and I checked his account, and it was 8 minutes old. I've been doing this for a decade, homie. Like, when you've been doing this for 10 years, I'm not letting somebody with a fresh account hang out when they're already picking fights because they're a ban evading coward. Instead of just taking the L and leaving and going and watching somebody else, they keep coming back and making new accounts. Like, that's pathetic. Dean Bromley, with a gifted member, bumps the line to 221. At 225, I owe you guys 10 members. This is hilarious. What's hilarious? Reforge is a funny guy for real. Could you explain to me what you find funny about what we've been saying today? Hadigan, you're about 2 minutes too late. Eugene just posted that blog above you. Who made a YouTube account 8 minutes ago and went straight here with no algorithm. Well, and they basically spoke as if they knew me. They said, oh, here we go again with your sources. Yeah, I have sources at SIE. Get over it. Like, sorry. Even though I've been pretty harsh on Sony, it's not surprising that, you know, people like my coverage because I don't do the BS that all these other people do. Hermen Hulst has been demoted and fired. I don't know, you guys think I'm baiting with Zelda games are for children when I'm deadly serious, says Zubair. Click the see here. An account for PlayStation Network will become optional for these titles on PC. Players who will opt to sign into PlayStation Network will enjoy added benefits. Wait, they're making it optional? An account for PlayStation Network will become optional for these titles on PC. So have they had a change of heart? And Dean Bromley with another gifted member gets us to 223. You going to walk this all the way? He is 224. One more, and I owe you guys a 10 bomb. We won, guys. No more PSN requirement. Am I reading this correctly? Are we reading this correctly? That they're going to make it optional? You make my day in the mornings, politically correcting people in the most polite way. Who am I politically correcting? Optional login. Oh, and Joker Quinn steals the glory, and he turns Dean Bromley into an agent of chaos. Dean pushes us past 225. Thank you so much. Let's keep the member train going. Somebody join me. I'm dropping a 10 bomb. Let's see some more bombs drop with mine. Here we go. Here comes mine. With the low latency, I get to call it out a lot faster. If they just made it optional, I celebrate that. I've been saying for the longest time, don't make it a requirement. It doesn't make any sense. An account for PlayStation Network will become optional for these titles on PC. Spider-Man 2, Last of Us Part 2, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. So are they going with an optional thing going forward? That's quite literally how it should be. What did I say when I covered this last year? I said, if you want people to make a PSN, incentivize it, don't force it. Say, listen, you make a PSN, we'll give you some free stuff in the game. I said this last year. I said, the best way to get the behavior you want, and a 10 bomb from Cardock Ren takes us to 236. Here we go. A 10 bomb train started by me and Cardock Ren. Keep it going. I said the best way to get the behavior you want from the user base is to incentivize it. Don't force it. Don't coerce people. Just say, hey, look, you get extra stuff. Now, the question will be, will Steam still region lock the games even though it's optional? Like, if it's optional and you can still download the game and play it without a PSN, will Steam still region lock the games, is the question. Victor Mayhem adds to the count with the VIP renewal. Thank you so much, Victor. And that takes us to 237. These guys are too fast. By the time I click the button, they already dropped their gifted. You threw out the PSN stuff. And based on No Man's Sky tech, Light No Fire will be amazing. Back to work alert. Thank you, Victor. So Hulst got demoted because of the PSN debacle. But does that mean the games are still going to be restricted? Exactly my question, Wolf Saints. That's my question. Sony gets to choose the regions. Yeah, we researched this the other day. It's up to Sony whether or not those games are region locked. So if they leave them region locked, then I still have a problem with that. That doesn't make any sense unless there's a legal reason to keep them region locked. If PlayStation has a legal reason to keep those games region locked, so be it. But I don't think they should be region locked if you're making PSN optional. And if they're making PSN optional, that's quite literally what I wanted them to do. I've been heavily critical of the requirement. And I said multiple times last year, I said a really great way to get people to sign up for PSN and link their account is give them stuff in the game. You give them a couple of skins, you give them a couple of free items, and people will frickin' do it. I upgraded my membership to Member Plus. Dean Bromley, thank you for doing that. Let me check on the back end where we are on that count. We're trying to get to 600 people at Member Plus and above. If you guys decide to support my channel directly, click the join button. And you did. Dean Bromley, you just upgraded, sorry. And that bumps the line by 2. Every single upgrade counts as 2. That gets us to 239. There we go. We are at 565. 565 people are at Member Plus and above. We need 35 folks to upgrade. Or just sign up brand new right now. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, try it out. You get into the behind the scenes. There's a backside of this channel that you get access to when you become a member. But don't pick the $5. You won't get into everything. You got to pick the 6. Helldivers 2 unbanned 44 regions. When did that happen, Deepara? Did that happen recently? Did they unrestrict some of those regions that were restricted? My conspiracy theory was that the account stuff was to curb piracy. Now that they know it's not feasible, they're going to be slower to port to PC, but we'll see. Wait, is Ghost of Tsushima available in the regions that don't have PSN? Yes, it is. Ghost of Tsushima was not region locked because PSN was optional for Legends. About a week ago, Deepara. So they're unrestricting regions. Okay, that's good to hear. I kept saying that was ridiculous, that you shouldn't be blocking people from playing the game if you're not requiring the PSN. That's good. That's exactly what I want to hear. If PlayStation's going to continue to bring their games to PC, they need to do it in a way that is customer-centric, you know? It's like, let the customer decide. Don't do this restrictive stuff. I don't like it. I never will. I never will. I was heavily critical of that last year, and I'm glad to see movement in the right direction. Leo Mara says, I'm in a banned country and I could always play Ghosts. We think we may finally get the review capes in Helldivers 2. That'll be awesome. That'll be a big win for the Helldivers community. That'll be a big win for PlayStation games on PC, you know? Ready to spread democracy. New Helldivers 2 players incoming as Sony lifted the ban on some regions. There we go. All right, let me throw this in to here. And then let me throw the other. I need the other blog. We'll make sure and cover that tomorrow as well. Oh, shoot. Where is it? Okay, here's the tweet. Here's the blog. There. I got all that stuff saved for tomorrow. I got to stay off Twitter, dude. I'll be arguing with people all day about the Hermen Hulst thing. I got to just ignore it. Furious Impulse says, I think you're right. After we found out how many units got pirated, they figured it's not worth it anymore. Just release them after a year and a half to 2 years. Yeah, the people that think they're going to shrink the window, like I had to kind of call out Destin Legary on Twitter a little bit, right? Not in a mean way, but I think I had to. Destin Legary said that PlayStation is getting in a bit of a bind because they are on the edge of what's capable. And that means $300 million budgets and razor-thin margins on software. Okay, the only game we know that had a budget that large is Spider-Man 2. He's false framing this. I personally think there should be a community note on that tweet because we have it on very good authority that a lot of PlayStation's budgets are not that large. Like Tsushima, like Astrobot, right? Like Helldivers 2. So to sit here and posture as if like, yep, $300 million budgets and razor-thin margins, and then he continues to conclude that, yeah, they're going to have to start bringing games to PC faster. Horizons was like 250. Right, there are some that are that large, but then there's plenty that are not. So his statement and his logic is so faulty. It's like you're acting like all their budgets are $300 million, so they're going to have to start bringing their games to PC faster when we're seeing games get pirated more than they're downloaded, like with what's going on with Final Fantasy. I'm like, I don't think they're going to start bringing their games to PC faster. It just doesn't stand to reason. Why would they do that? Like, they're making decent money on PC, but they're not making enough to offset what you're claiming. Oh yeah, 300 million budgets. It's like, well, yeah, some of the games are up there, but not all. Some of those games are also loss leaders. They're not meant to be massive profit drivers. Right, that also doesn't even fully that doesn't even fully grapple with why Spider-Man 2 is so valuable. Like, Spider-Man 2 is valuable not in the profit that it generates as a whole, but what it does for the brand. It gets people into the ecosystem. It got my nephews to buy a PlayStation, for crying out loud. Like, Spidey has pull. His face, his name, he's iconic. He has value beyond just the margins. When PlayStation region blocked their games, there was millions of people not available to play the game. That to me did not make That's on me if I did not make it clear. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Rise of the Ronin's a great game. It just, most just don't want to play something that looks worse than Ghost, and y'all don't play new games. Yeah, I thought Ronin's art direction was fine. There's good-looking sections, there's good-looking characters, but yeah, graphical fidelity-wise, like the textures and the performance, were not great. I don't know if they're going to be able to dress it up on PC with, I don't know, lighting textures or something, but yeah. Destin's wish casting now. How is that different from any other grifter? Well, he said that he was going to do this independent thing and he was going to base things off of truth. And I'm like, well, I'm keeping you honest. You're out here making predictions about what PlayStation's going to do, and you're false framing. You're making it seem like their budgets are at $300 million all the time. We have like 2 games in that hemisphere, Spider-Man 2 and Horizon Forbidden West, and all these other games are not. You're also failing to realize that brand ambassadors like Horizon and Spider-Man 2 serve more purpose than just generating profit. And then you're ignoring things like small budgets like Tsushima or Astrobot or Helldivers 2. Like this idea that like, well, yeah, they're just going to have to do this because their budgets are getting so big. And it's like a couple, not all. It would be weird if all their budgets were that big. That'd be insane. Their operating costs are not mushrooming. You know whose operating costs are mushrooming? Microsoft's. They're the biggest publisher in the world now. They got credit for that in December. That's a big operating cost. Assassin's Creed Shadows hype? I actually, the more I see of AC Shadows, I think it looks great. I think people are literally forcing a negative narrative. They're literally watching gameplay that looks good, and they're like, this looks stupid. And it's like, okay, like... Rise of the Ronin was a big game and Team Ninja's biggest title that they've ever created. I think the second game will be much better in the graphical department, and Sony will help them. Yeah, the first game was like their best... Wasn't it like Team Ninja's like best-selling game, Hollow? One platform, and it was their best-selling game? Didn't it surpass all their previous stuff? Rise of the Ronin did well, as far as I could tell. We're going to remember Bamboo Gate. That's right, Jack Garland. We're going to remember Bamboo Gate. Oh. Rise of the Ronin was the best-selling game? Yeah, it did great. One platform. All this bluster over, you really limit the game by putting it on one platform. It'll sell so much more if you go multi-plat. And it's like, how many multi-plats don't even come close to what these PlayStation games sell? Or they match, right? Like, Dragon's Dogma basically sold the same amount as, like, Final Fantasy 16. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, there's not a universal sales rule of, like, well, you have to sell this much. I think it was their best launch, not necessarily the best-selling game overall. Rise of Ronin, Team Ninja, best-selling game. I thought it became their best. According to recent reports, Rise of the Ronin, developed by Team Ninja, is currently considered their best-selling game, surpassing even the sales of the Neo series, as stated by Koei Tecmo executives during their including their director Fumikuya Yasuda, making it the top-selling title within the company at this time. It was apparently it was their fastest selling, but they're saying it's their best selling. Now, best selling could be fastest. They could be using those interchangeably. It's hard to know, right? Like best selling could mean, yeah, it's fastest selling game. It might not have a better lifetime yet. It's probably on pace to have their best lifetime if it's their fastest selling, and now it's coming to PC. That'll probably help move more units, but the graphical fidelity might hurt it a little bit on PC. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Guys, we got to get Feed a membership. We got to get Feed a membership. We got to get him back in here. We're one away from 240. Let's see a tag team dunker, a single and a 10. Let's do it. Sony doesn't sell games. What are we doing here? Did you play Neo 1 and 2? I did not play Neo 1 and 2. They were a little too fast for my blood. Nine Souls took me to the cleaners, man. I rolled credits yesterday. That was freaking tough. It was tough. That game is fast. Maloon says, hey, Lono, a question about the Hermen fiasco. Is this giving him more responsibility since Nishino replaces Totoki? No. Hermen's just keeping his position that he was given last year. He doesn't have more responsibility. He was promoted in June of last year. They announced it in May and then in June. So in June, Hermen got a promotion. He's just continuing in that promotion. he's not going to have more responsibility. Nishino, Hideaki Nishino is going to have more responsibility because he's stepping into a bigger role. And then Hiroki Totoki is stepping away as chairman. So now Nishino is like CEO and president, and Hulst is just maintaining his CEO status over the business side of the studios. I love Neo 1 and 2, especially Neo 2. I'm old man. I'm old man. Glad you stuck it out with 9 Souls. Yeah, I'm playing what is it? Tales of Iron. I want to play it before I play Tales of Iron 2. I learned a valuable lesson this morning that Tales of Iron doesn't have iframes, and I thought it did. I was getting frustrated. I'm like, I don't understand. I'm rolling and I'm still taking damage. It's because it's not iframes. You're supposed to literally roll out of the way physically. They don't do the greatest job explaining that. I don't know if anybody's played Tales of Iron 2. I don't know if they've added iframes to the dodge. I found a bunch of forum posts and I even found a review that said the first Tales of Iron was great, except that the rolling and the dodging was bad. Spin it so you can sleep at night. I woke up in a cold sweat last night, and I was like, Hermen, my Hermen, what happened? Oh, I'm gonna spin it. You know who's spinning it? All the frickin' liars and grifters and media press out there. It's not spin. He literally got a promotion last year, and he's still in that position. Nothing has changed for Hermen Hulst. This isn't spin. These are the direct quotes from the press releases right here. In May of 2024, let me make this nice and big for you so maybe you can sleep tonight. May of 2024, Hermen Hulst will be appointed CEO of SIE Studio Business Group. And just yesterday, Hulst will continue to serve as CEO Studio Business Group. He shouldn't even be in the headlines. Nothing happened to him. Nothing happened. Hideaki Nishino got a promotion, and Hiroki Totoki is stepping away from his chairman role, so they needed somebody to step up. Some of this is in relation to Yoshida retiring. They had a leadership vacancy. Hermen Hulst shouldn't even be in the headlines. Nothing happened to him. The press release literally says, yeah, we put Hermen in this role last year. He's just going to continue doing that. He now reports to a CEO. It's a bit different. No, he now reports to somebody that he wasn't reporting to previously. He was previously reporting to Totoki, and now he's reporting to Nishino. It's just a change in who he reports to. It's not a demotion. If you restructure your leadership up here, the people underneath are not demoted. You're like, we need to move this guy and this guy and this guy. Oh yeah, you guys down here? Yeah, you guys just keep doing what you're doing. Well, they all just got de facto demoted. No, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. He still reports to the president of Sony. Right, but he's going to directly report to Nishino because Nishino has been put into the CEO and presidential role. It's not a demotion. Oh my gosh. They literally said in the press release that he's continuing in the role that he was given last year. This is so pedestrian. There's no way. You guys, you want to talk about spin? The people who don't like Sony are very committed to making this seem like a negative thing. It's just a leadership change above Hulst where he is. It's nothing to do with him. Everyone at the company's now been demoted. Yeah, they just shook up the leadership. So like literally everybody just got a demotion across the entire dadgum company. What is this that you circled here? I don't understand. Oh, right. No, yeah, this is actually helpful. Let me go full screen. This is actually helpful to look at. All right, so look. This is in May of last year. So Hermen Hulst is right here, CEO of Studio Business Group. Hideaki Nishino is CEO of Platform Business Group. And then look over here. They're still in those roles. Nishino has just bumped up into this role, president and CEO. Currently, that was held by Hiroki Totoki as the acting CEO. People literally are illiterate. They don't understand what has happened. They just took Nishino and slid him up because Hiroki Totoki's like, I'm not doing this anymore. I've got other things I need to do. I'm going over here to this. Okay, cool. We'll put Nishino in that role. And everything else is staying exactly as it was. Still spinning. Your inability to articulate a point doesn't mean that I'm spinning. It means that you don't have the ability to argue. Dreamcast guy said he was fired. So let me get this straight. Let's just do a little recap. You think I'm spinning by reading Sony official press releases and your source is Dreamcast guy. Wow. Wow. That's compelling. I think that would stand up in court. Your Honor, forget the press releases. The Dreamcast guy put out a video. Come on, man. I'm spinning. I'm spinning. I'm reading press releases from the company. You're out here spinning, bro, with all your facts and truth and objective data. But me, yeah, I go to the real source. I watched a video by Dreamcast guy, and he said that Hermen Hulst was fired. Wow. Just saying what was said. Homie, these are official press releases. This quite literally right here, this is what Sony said yesterday, January the 28th. It's right here. Hulst will continue to serve as CEO, Studio Business Group, SIE. Hermen Hulst was promoted last year, and he's just continuing in that role. That's an official press release from Sony. There's no spin. I'm just reading. That's all I'm doing. We live in a sad state of affairs when reading facts is considered spin because you're committed to a narrative and a false conclusion. Anything contrary to that has to be rejected. Like, well, Sony said it, but I don't know. I heard. It was like the guy on Twitter this morning. He was like, well, this Push Square article says that he was co-CEO. I'm like, Sony never referred to them as co-CEOs. Never. That was never an official title given to them. They were both promoted last year. And Nishino just got another promotion. That's the headline. That's it. Push Square writes that they're co-CEO. Push Square is not official anything. They're just another blogging site about gaming. This is so pedestrian. This is why I get so wound up. These issues are so pedestrian and so second grade that, like, you have literally made yourself dumb by listening to the wrong people. It's like that scene in the Adam Sandler movie. It's like, well, everybody here is now dumber having listened to you. There's an entire audience of people, an entire fandom that is dumber, lower IQ, and less media literate than they were in the past because they've been listening to buffoons for the last half of a decade. So when something like this hits the airwaves, you're going to doubt a press release. I don't know. It sounds like you're spinning, bro. It sounds like you're dumb, bro. Like, these are just facts. Reading facts is now considered like fandom, spinning, coping, just reading facts. That's all I have to do. A boring, just corporate press release. I read a boring, just non-exciting press release. And this is where we are. This is the state of gaming coverage. Dear Lord, bear us strength. What is this? Show them this. I was talking about this earlier. I don't know what this is. Hiroki Toki, what is this? Sony's new management from January. Oh, from yesterday. I'm sorry, this is today, January the 29th. Just effective changes reported by Sony.com official. Yeah, all that's doing is confirming the same thing that the press release is confirming. I really got your goats today. Oh, yes. Yes. See how delusional you are? You think you've won something. You think you've won something. The past few minutes, like, it's like stepping into a boxing ring and getting your face pummeled and walking away missing teeth. And you're like, yeah, I sure got that guy. Huh? What do you mean? Yeah, haha, you prove with evidence that I'm an idiot. Like, what have you won here other than looking like a fool? A $5 super chat from Jack Garland. The rumors of my firing have been greatly exaggerated. Come on. It's unbelievable. We have fallen so far. We have fallen so far that, like, this is what we're talking about, and this is what we're having to correct. One guy gets a promotion, and a bunch of people run with the false frame that the other guy, because he kept his job and is continuing, well, that's basically a demotion. Jiminy Christmas. Zubair says, I say we let him have this win. I don't think he gets many in his life. Oh, still trying to hold the line. Listen, at this point, it's what it looks like to me is desperation. They're sliding down a grease set of stairs and they're grabbing anything they can. It's like, well, what if we all suddenly become Nintendo fans and claim that Nintendo's going to win and sell more? Okay. Well, what if we all suddenly say that, well, PC's actually better and I can get better performance? Well, okay, I got it. Well, let's just say PlayStation's scrambling and in a shambles because they canceled games. A $5 super chat tip from PWH. Dude cited Dreamcast guy. The intellectual bar is in hell. Listen, no shade to Dreamcast guy, but he doesn't ever, not at all, posture as like a journalist or a factual reporter. He doesn't. He will never claim that about his content. He 100% grabs whatever's going on, puts his face on there going, huh? And then, rakes in the ad revenue. He has not once tried to claim to be like a fact-finding reporter. Dreamcast guy's never positioned himself as that. Like, I don't have any issue with the guy. But if you're going to act like he's the source on this, good night. Like, he's never positioned himself as a source. He just makes content, shares his opinion. If you guys want to throw shade at other creators, do that somewhere else. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in throwing shade at another creator. I laughed at the absurdity of you're going to pit a guy who clearly doesn't do journalistic reporting. You're going to pit his videos against press releases. Like, what are we doing? And thank you for the super chat, by the way. Thank you for the super chat, PWH Town. We're 11 away from the next milestone of members. Thank you guys so much. Hey, we're really close to 300 likes, right? We're really close to 300 likes. Let's get to 300 likes. Duff with $5 super chat. We need to normalize being wrong and losing sometimes. It's okay. It's way more often. Did you see this video about you? It was great. It's all about you. I don't watch garbage content, and I don't watch content about me. That checks 2 boxes over there. So, no, I've never seen those videos about me. I don't watch them. I'm not interested in listening to dishonest fools talk about me. A $10 super chat from Siriu gets us to $249. Funny part is the press release is from Sony, and it's there to say exactly what they want. Right. They're supposed to go to the press release and just quote the press release. That's what they're supposed to do. Well, no, I didn't mean that as a slight to him. Just by going by his content, he's not one to cite. Right. I don't think Dreamcast guy would be offended at me saying that. That, like, he's never once positioned himself as, like, a journalistic, factual reporter. He's just a YouTuber doing his YouTube thing. Like, respect the game, right? Dude's making a living. So the frick what? He's not making a living attacking people. Joker Quinn with a single gift. It gets us to 250. There it is. A 50 bomb away from 300. Joker setting up the bait. I owe you guys 5. I'm going to hold off and wait. If you guys are looking for GTA 6 Trailer 2, chat, everyone in chat right now say the GTA 6 Trailer 2 is coming tomorrow. Let's will it into existence. We're probably going to do a waiting room tomorrow. The most recent bait was a band that apparently has done this before, and I fell for the dadgum bait. They said their new single was coming out next month, and it was going to be in the new GTA 6 trailer. They did the exact same thing last year, so that's why GTA 6 2 is in the headline and the thumbnail. We went almost a week without it coming up, and then I saw the reports yesterday. It was a joke? Yeah, they've done it before. Yeah. Lono Hulst said Concords are Star Wars. I don't believe he said that. I think that was the guys at Firewalk that said that. Yeah. Yeah, he got... Hilly says they haven't responded to my email yet. The GTA 6 trailer is coming tomorrow. That's right. We about to have the 27th part 2. That's right, Mr. Chosen. You think it's going to be on February 14th, Genshiro? I like the 14th because of the two protagonists in Valentine's Day. I like that, but I feel like they're going to want that trailer to hit with a release date before that earnings call. That's what my gut says. Siriu gifted you 10 subs. You called to the super chat. I'm sorry. I added it to the total. Siriu, thank you for the 10 gifted members. I added it. I just called it the wrong thing. We went from 239 to 249, and then we got a single to hit 250. I added it. I just said the wrong words. Do you think there's any possibility that GTA 6 comes out in 2026 rather than this year? If GTA 6 gets delayed, if it gets delayed to 2026, oh, no, yeah. They'll announce it at the earnings call. We will know. We will know in a matter of like a week and a half. No, not even a week and a half. We will know a week and a day from now. I think we know next week if it's been delayed. And here's why. They made very strong assurances. They made very strong assurances to their shareholders in November that it was coming fall of this year. If it's going to fall outside of the fiscal year, the shareholders are going to want to frickin' know, because they've been told multiple times to expect an increase in revenue this fiscal year. You have to be careful with Lono and his wording. Super shifty dude. Yeah. I mixed up 30 FPS and 60 FPS yesterday. I mixed them up when I was talking fast. Like me or hate me, Divisive Gaming, I'm not going to change, just like you. Nothing wrong with that. Do you think the rumors of Sony abandoning exclusives is true? I know you all dread that day. Why would there be rumors of them abandoning exclusives? Who's spreading this rumor? The bleed green guys that keep saying this is where the industry's going, even though the industry's not going that way? Xbox going this way is literally evidence that the industry's not going this way. It isn't. Why would they abandon exclusives? They just did financial forecasting. Their last financial forecasting literally showed the biggest investment in single first-party games that they've ever done. It's the most they've ever spent. And then the other part of the bar was live service. I've not seen anything from the earnings reports, the financial forecasts, the budgeting. There's nothing to signal that. The same people who ignored the Xbox CFO remarks and Phil Spencer's remarks and Satya's remarks, the same people that ignored all those remarks are going to try to claim this about PlayStation. There's nothing from PlayStation that signals that. Nothing. The minute you know that PlayStation's made a change like that, it would be tectonic because they would communicate it to their shareholders, it'd be communicated in their financial forecasting, and then the studios would change. They would restructure and hire, and they would change their pipeline and how they build games. None of that is happening. Like, clip this and call it copium because you need content, but there is not a single signal from Sony that that's what they're doing. They're signaling the opposite. Early last year, Hermen Hulst literally said, this is our approach. It's a dual approach. Colt Eastwood did a video on it. Okay, but that's the same side of the fandom that completely ignored the CFO's remarks when he said, we were told that when the CFO said what he said at the Wells Fargo Summit, that he was only talking about ABK games. We were told that when Satya Nadella said it in January of last year, that they were only talking about ABK games. That's the level of literacy you're dealing with. That's what a lot of those guys thought. I don't know exactly what Colt thought, but I'm here to tell you, that side, they had horrible literacy when it came to what the CFO said and what Satya said. They all thought it was just ABK. So they're going to now try to claim that, like, oh yeah, PlayStation's going to do away with exclusives. Go to the earnings reports, go to the financial forecasts, go to the earnings shareholders Q&As. They're not signaling that change at any level. They're not. So it's quite literally a completely fabricated claim. You're just making things up so that you can calm your audience down. That's what that's always motivated by. Got to keep the audience calm. Got to soften the blow of the bad news, right? It's just another form of astroturfing. It is. A $5 super chat from Sirius says, Sony's a legitimate business. They don't make changes in secret like Xbox does. Listen, I told you last year when all this started, I said the next thing they're going to do is they're going to demonize exclusives. Phil Spencer's going to blow the dog whistle, and he's going to get all his little podcasters and YouTubers to fall in line. The question you should be asking is not, what's PlayStation going to do? The question you should be asking is, why does every single pro Xbox YouTuber, outlet, media press source, journalist, whatever you want to call them, why do they all just get in line with what Xbox and Microsoft is doing and spin it as a positive, or posture as if it's fine and good, or claim that's where the industry's going? Where's the integrity? Where is it? They all just got in line. It's just astroturfing. It's all it is. You now have press outlets and people like, oh, I'm going to do all this investigation. I'm going to base things off truth. And you got your YouTubers and your podcasters. You got all of them just getting in line. It's like they've been given talking points. You should be asking that question. Why are none of them throwing their hands up and saying, this isn't what I wanted, this is stupid, this is bad? No, they're all doing the same thing. It's like they hear the bullet points and the talking points and the dog whistle from Phil, and they just repeat it. And you're like, well, I heard, but PlayStation's going to do Bridget. It's like, listen. All you've got to do is listen to the earnings calls, listen to the shareholder calls, the Q&As. That's where you get good information. You don't get good information from people who just parrot the talking points and the new strategy and the new marketing of the brand. Every single time Xbox has taken a step in this evolution, these guys out here, they just get right in line with it. It's like, what are you doing? Did I do that when PlayStation was requiring PSN on Steam? Did I just get in line with it and say it was okay? And, well, that's just what has to happen. No, I was like, this is stupid. This is completely antithetical to taking your games over to PC. And guess what? They just pushed out a blog today, and it seems, on the surface, we don't have firm confirmation yet, but it seems they're going to make PSN logins optional. You see? Do you see what happens when the consumer stands up for themselves? When the consumers stood up for themselves against the Helldivers 2 situation about the PSN login requirement, instead of just going in line with it, Oh, that's fine. No, yeah, you guys do whatever you want. That's totally cool. We'll just make a PSN. I mean, we're here for you, but after all, yeah, we just do whatever you say. It's just access journalism because Microsoft's too big. That's all it is. It's just access journalism. That none of these people want to lose their access. Ormy submitted a question. Why do people think the GTA 6 trailer will drop tomorrow? Just curious, not been up to date with the GTA news. So they pushed out an image with a bunch of numbers on it. All the numbers added up to 30. I didn't think that was very compelling. But then we looked at the release date announcement trailers for GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. And it was January the 31st and February the 1st. They really like this window of time for release date trailers, probably because it's right before their earnings call. I think it's a solid theory. I do. If it was just the numbers on the image, I wasn't going to say a word about it. But when I looked at the release date trailer announcements for GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2, I was like, this is a pretty good theory. And it lined up with my own theory. I was like, I think they're going to want to release the trailer a week before the earnings call. Guess what tomorrow is? It's exactly 1 week before the earnings call. I don't know. I've seen a lot of YouTube videos lately saying that Sony's going to start bringing their exclusives to other platforms like Xbox. I haven't laughed so hard in my life. Could we get 17 more likes? Guys, take a quick second. Smash the like button. PlayStation exclusive sales are really bad. I know. Spider-Man 2 a whole year later is at the top of the sales charts. Astro Bot was in the top 10 for December and the month that it came out. You know, yeah, their exclusive sales have been really, really bad. They've been terrible, except they're always at the top of the sales charts, so okay. Rise of the Ronin was a PlayStation exclusive, and it was the best-selling for Team Ninja. Helldivers was the fastest-selling PlayStation game ever. Oh, but it was also on PC. Still, it was a console exclusive. Stellar Blade sold well. Astrobot sold well. These games have all sold well. Final Fantasy 16 was an exclusive. It's coming to PC. And guess what? Final Fantasy 16 sold the same number of copies in the same amount of time as Dragon's Dogma 2, a multi-plat Capcom game. But yeah, their exclusives don't sell well. Spider-Man sold 15 million on a platform with 70 million users. There it is. There is that faulty math that you probably heard from some grifting podcaster, right? How about all the multi-plat games that go onto platforms like Steam that have even more millions of users and they don't sell anymore, like Dragon's Dogma 2? Was Dragon's Dogma 2 a financial failure? Because it was on all platforms, and there are way more users on Steam than PlayStation, right? So stands to reason that when a game lands on Steam, it better sell a higher percentage because, oh my gosh, there's just so many users on Steam. It's just faulty logic and faulty math to think that like adoption rates per unit is how you determine the success of a game. If it was adoption rate per user, if that's what determined the success of a game, good golly, every Xbox game has failed. Good golly, every game that hits Steam is abysmal. Like, you see the logic? You look at these gigantic, like, Leviathan games, like Marvel Rivals and these free live service games, and you think that these other games have to get to those levels of saturation to be a success. It's not even 50% of the users that want these exclusives. What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is something that you seemingly don't understand or don't know anything about. You think that 15 million out of 70 is bad? That's actually incredible. That's an incredible saturation rate. Do you have any idea what game companies could do if they could hit 15 million adoption out of 70? They'd be like, oh my gosh, that would be amazing if we got that. Like, you quite literally are citing a stat as a negative that isn't a negative because you don't know what you're talking about. Dear Lord, like I said, like some of you guys have listened to the wrong people for so long, it's made you dumb. GTA 5, right, you're going to anomalous, record-setting, insane-level games. Also, GTA 5 was sold to people 2, 3, and 4 times because of all the different versions. You're literally going to one of the most record-setting sold games and using that as your comparison point. What did I just say? You guys always do this. You go to Leviathan-level games, and you're like, well, if you don't hit this level, then you're a failure. Because you don't know what you're talking about. That's the nicest I can be about this. I'm not name-calling. I'm not insulting you. You quite literally do not know what you are talking about. You're talking about sales ratios as a negative, and you're citing insane games that break records, and then you're also citing a very good adoption rate for something like Spider-Man 2, and you're claiming it's a negative. It's because you don't know what you're talking about. You're listening to the wrong people. You are. What's the point of PlayStation users buying a console because of exclusives? What's the point of saying PlayStation users buy a console because of exclusives? People buy consoles for a variety of reasons, all right? Exclusives might be one of them, but other reasons as well. Maybe that's where they've been. I don't know. There's 20 million people who bought a PS5 who didn't have a PS4. I don't know why they did that. Did they do that because they wanted to play a sequel? We've got a handful of people here that wanted to play Ragnarok, and they didn't want to wait. They played God of War 2018 on PC. They didn't want to wait. They thought the performance of Ragnarok was good enough for them, and they bought a PlayStation 5 for Ragnarok. They might not have bought Spider-Man 2. You just don't know. You don't know why every single person has purchased a console. Listen, here's why you have it backwards. Somehow, some way, PlayStation has sold 70 million consoles and is on pace to surpass the PS4. They've kicked the dog snot out of Xbox, and you're like, well, yeah, but they're barely selling Spider-Man, which is false and untrue. You're citing victorious stats as negatives. It's like you're talking about a basketball game or a sports game, and you're pointing to good stats and saying, yeah, this is embarrassing. What? They have great market saturation. Their PlayStation 5 has done incredibly well. I don't know why every person in the 70 million bought a PS5, but they're killing it. And selling 15 million Spider-Man 2 copies out of that 70 million, that's really, really good. Having almost a third of your user base buying your console and they didn't have the previous generation, that's a big success story. Where do these 20 million people come from? I don't know, but I got news for you. Sony's really pleased. They cited the stat for a reason. That 15 million doesn't include the console bundles. There you go. Man, it's just remarkable. It's remarkable. I'm telling you, so many of you guys have been propagandized by people that have, listen to me, you've really got to hear this, right? You really got to hear this. You have been propagandized by people who basically work for Microsoft. Hear that. That's the facts. You have been propagandized by a subversive marketing arm of Xbox. Xbox hasn't stopped astroturfing. They got caught paying YouTubers to promote the Xbox One and not divulge it to the public, and it led to regulations. It led to standards. You now have to say if you've been paid to make a video, and they're using the same strategy now. They astroturf through people who are beholden to the brand and don't want to lose their access. And then you come in here and you say things like you just said because you've been watching somebody who basically is employed by Xbox. And they just run false narratives about PlayStation constantly. And their only comeback when I outline stuff like I did today and I look at press releases, their only comeback is to insult. Well, he's just a grifting pony. He's just a liar. As I literally pull up just documents and read them. They did this all throughout my coverage of the ABK deal. Throughout my entire coverage of the Xbox Activision deal, they pulled this nonsense. Just astroturfed their asses off. Just absolutely covering for Xbox and making it seem like anybody who was against the deal was just some angry pony. And it's like, what? A long-standing Xbox fan? I started my streaming career on Xbox and I don't like the deal. I don't like the direction the company's taking and I'm a pony. That's their only comeback. You can't come back with facts. You can't come back with accurate data points or reporting. You can't. You have got to come back with insults every time. So today, we've had to spend a large portion of our time quite literally reading press releases because people are false reporting that a man was demoted who shouldn't even be in the headlines about what happened yesterday. That's the state. That's the state that we're in. That troll's been fed too much. I don't think he's a troll. He hasn't insulted anybody, and he's got a 7-year-old account. I don't think he's a troll. I know about 10 to 15 Xbox games that are coming to PlayStation. So only Ghost of Yote. No, as if you're going to claim publishing is first party, Ghost of Yote, Death Stranding 2, and Lost Soul aside are the 3 games coming from PlayStation this year. 10 to 15 Xbox games? What games are you talking about? The only confirmed games we know coming from Xbox to PlayStation this year is Doom the Dark Ages, Outer Wilds 2. They're publishing the Ninja Gaiden game. We don't have any word on Fable, and Avowed is not on PlayStation. Avowed's probably timed. South of Midnight's probably timed. What are these other titles? What are you talking about? 10 to 15? What are the 10 to 15 games that Xbox is publishing and bringing over to... Oh, yeah, Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is 4. That's coming to PlayStation this year as well. Sorry, did I say Outer Wilds? Sorry, Outer Worlds 2. Sorry, I misspoke. Starfield potentially. Call of Duty. Yeah, I mean, so Call of Duty. Okay, 10 to 15 is what he said. We're a third of the way there right now. Just curious? What do you mean you're just curious? You just made another statement that isn't true. There's 10 to 15 Xbox games coming to PlayStation. What are they? We've only managed to list 5. What are the other 10? There are rumors about like Gears and Master Chief Collection and stuff. There's rumors, but there's nothing confirmed. I think the 3 games we're getting from PlayStation this year, to me, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. Like, that's good. If all Xbox was doing this year was like Avowed, South of Midnight, and Doom, and Outer Wilds 2, like those 4, that would be great as well. I think Fable slipped. I've continued to say that I think Fable slipped into next year. That's great. 4 and then 3. No, Phantom Blade Zero is not this year. Phantom Blade Zero is slated for 2026. Lost Soul Aside is coming this year from the China Hero Project. So PlayStation's got 3. Three games is fine. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, I did it again. Dadgummit. Outer Wilds. Can you guys not make your game names so stinking similar? Can you read that Totoki commented about PlayStation profit margins and then being more aggressive going forward multi-platform? He mentions the word consoles. Where was that stated, Matt? You're saying that Hiroki Totoki more aggressive, and he said the word consoles plural. February of last year, he wanted to be more aggressive and increase their profit margins. It was a financial results briefing early last year. I think you're misquoting him. So, yeah, you're misquoting him. He says, this is true, but there's a synergy to it. So if you have strong first-party content, not only on your console, but also other platforms like computers, a first-party game can be grown with multi-platform, and that can help operating profit to improve. So that's another one we want to proactively work on. Yeah, I was pretty sure you were misquoting him. I don't think Hiroki Totoki or anybody has ever said consoles plural. That would have set the dadgum world on fire if PlayStation or Hiroki Totoki or anybody was signaling that they were going to be going on consoles plural. He said platforms, and the example he gave was PC, which is something that they've been doing. They see it as an additive market. Hermen Hulst, around the exact same time, spoke to that strategy. So you have to take what Hiroki Totoki said, and you got to take what Hermen Hulst said. They said it at the exact same time, in the exact same window when they were reporting on their financials. Hermen Hulst says we go with a dual approach on PC. Live service goes day and date. Our big tent poles go later, hoping to coax people over to the PlayStation, re-emphasizing that the console is the center to the strategy, and Hiroki Totoki said that recently, that the console is the primary focus. That's what they're focused on. Even putting games on PC is attached to their console. That's the goal. That's why they're doing the PSN login. They're doing the PSN login. They're going to try to coax you to make a PSN. They're going to give you your trophies. They're going to get you into their ecosystem, and that makes it even easier to consider the console in the future because you're like, well, I got my trophies, I got my Chivos, I got all my stuff, so it's easier for me to go over there. I'm going to bring all my stuff with me. I listed 18 games for you. Outer Worlds, Jones. Fable's not coming to PlayStation this year. We don't know that. Gears 1, 2, 3, unconfirmed. Doom confirmed. COD assumed. We are assuming we're getting an annual COD from the leaks. Halo 1, 2, 3, 4, not confirmed. South of Midnight, Oblivion, not confirmed to be coming to PlayStation. Gears E-Day, not confirmed. That's 15 games right there. Yeah, a bunch of unconfirmed stuff. Like I said, where are the games you're talking about? He said, I can think of 10 to 15 games that are coming to PlayStation this year, and you just basically spouted a bunch of nonsense. You just listed basically every game that Xbox owns, assuming that it's all coming to PlayStation this year. Like, what? Just grabbing stuff out of the air. Not all this year, likely coming over. Right, Chris, we don't know. Again, some of those yes, some of those no. We don't know. We don't know when and how. He said that he could think of 10 to 15 Xbox games coming to PlayStation this year, and the actual confirmed count is 5. If you want to upgrade, the link is in the chat. You go to youtube.com/paid memberships. You got to put an underscore after paid. It's not easy. If you're trying to do it on mobile, you got to like open up your browser, go incognito, and request a desktop site. It's a freaking pain in the butt. YouTube should make it so brain dead easy to upgrade. It's so frustrating. We could probably have already hit our goals if they made it easy for you to upgrade, but they don't make it easy. Everybody who upgrades to VIP or to Member Plus, you're a dadgum champion. For the extra money, of course, but for the extra work, it's just not easy to upgrade. There it is. That counts as 2, and that's an Agents of Chaos. And that gets us to 252. I still owe you guys 5 members. I believe I owe you 5. We are 1 super chat away from confetti. Did I do a 5 bomb earlier? No, I did a 10 bomb. I did the 10 bomb when we got to 250. No, I'm all paid up, actually. We're 1 super chat away from confetti, and then I add to the count when you guys do that as well, when you hit the super chat goal. Android for the win. Yeah, it's easier to upgrade on Android. You should be able to upgrade with a gifted membership, Gabriel. Some people have encountered trouble doing it, but you should be able to, yes. Expedition 33 was in the Sony State of Play. Was it? Expedition 33 is a third-party game, so they're going to be included in the showcases. Yeah, it was in the State of Play, and it's also a Day 1 Game Pass game. Yeah. That's a good win for them, because I know that check was probably pretty nice. They're not a big studio, and I think their game is headed to Game of the Year nomination from what we've seen. I think it's going to be very good. I think it's going to be very well received from everything we've seen. Did you finish Ninja Gaiden? I didn't like it. I played for 5 minutes and did not like the camera. I shut it off. I mean, I wasn't dying or anything. I was just like, this is going to drive me crazy. I didn't like it. I finished 9 Souls. I picked up Final Fantasy 16 again, and I started Tales of Iron 1 last night because I want to play Tales of Iron 2. And I remembered enjoying Tales of Iron 1, so I wanted to go back to it. So this year I finished, I'm trying to work through games as best I can. So I rolled credits on Space Marine 2, Plague Tale Requiem. What was the other one that I did? Oh, Kena Bridge of Spirits. And 9 Souls. So now I've rolled credits on 4 games in my backlog already. So the people that are like, he doesn't play games, he doesn't finish games. I think I finished like 10 games last year, which that's almost a game a month. That's pretty good for me. One of them was Rise of the Ronin, and that took me a while. That was like 36 hours. And this year I'm already working through 4. I want to play Grand Blue Fantasy Relink with my wife. I had no plans on going back to that, but somebody in chat recommended it. They said they loved it, and they said that the co-op's really fun. I give Rise of the Ronin like a really solid like 7.5. I was going to give it an 8, but there's a couple fights at the end that I didn't like. They really break from the format. Like everything's flying. They're like flying around the room like Iron Man. Like you spend the entire game mastering stances and weapons to go toe-to-toe, and instead of you using those stances like in a dynamic way at the end, you're just fighting really spammy like... I'm not kidding you. They're like flying around with jetpacks on their feet. It's really dumb. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Making the confetti, and I'm going to set another goal for you guys so you guys can keep making the confetti rain. I will gift a member. I always pay it forward when we celebrate those goals for super chat. Thank you so much. Give it a minute or two before you do a super chat or it won't count. And I'm going to bump this to 254. So I liked Rise of the Ronin a lot. The performance issues were frustrating. The combat was really enjoyable, but I did drop the score because of how it ended. I didn't like some of the stuff they did at the end. There were some really challenging fights that were more fun because they stayed on the dadgum ground. If you really don't like Game Pass, wouldn't you subscribe to PlayStation if they did one? I've never said that I don't like Game Pass. I said that Game Pass is the best value in gaming, and it's too valuable. It's antithetical to the gaming business design, and that's why a lot of big publishers and studios didn't ever want to be on Game Pass. I'm just trying to figure you PlayStation guys out. What, like a science experiment? Phil Spencer said all games to all platforms. Do you not like that, or do you want to play Xbox games? I think it depends on the game. I don't think they're going to bring every game to PlayStation. Like, I don't think they're going to bring over Redfall. I also don't think they're going to reach back into their entire catalog and bring every single game over. I think going forward they will. And just like with PlayStation games, there'll be games I don't have any interest in. Right? There'll be games I don't have any interest in. Hang on. I got to time this idiot out. Like Doom the Dark Ages. I can't wait to play it. South of Midnight. Can't wait to play it. Avowed? No interest at all. Even if it was 60 FPS on console, because it's not, I don't think I'd have strong interest in Avowed. I just have preferences as a gamer. So I'm like, dude, I can't wait to play Doom the Dark Ages. I think South of Midnight looks sick. And, and Outer Wilds. I think Outer Wilds looks great. Fable, I want to see raw gameplay, but I'm interested in Fable. So it's a game by game basis. Like there's not, and you're referring to us as like PlayStation guys. That's not what this community is. Most of the people here are either former Xbox fans, PC guys, or PlayStation guys, or some amalgamation of all of it. Did I say Outer Worlds again? I think I'm having a stroke from the pressure of the debating. Outer Worlds, not Outer Wilds. Outer Worlds. Wait. Which is it? Now I don't know. Worlds. Outer Worlds. I keep saying Outer Wilds. Yeah, Outer Worlds 2, sorry. Yeah. Now, Ninja Gaiden 4, I'm interested in Ninja Gaiden 4 if they give me like a traditional camera control. If they go with that old school camera thing, I don't think so. If Steam would make a console, do you think they'd be able to compete with Xbox and PlayStation? I don't think Steam would have the goal of competing. I think Steam would see it as an additive extension of what they do, just like the Steam Deck. Like, I don't think the Steam Deck is meant to compete with like the Switch. I think they would view a Steam console in the similar way. It's like, we're not trying to compete with PlayStation. I think a Steam console would be an extension of their business. Like, let's just give more people an opportunity to interact with the Steam marketplace. I've only played about 30 games on Game Pass. I've been there 3 years, so about 10 a year. I think you're getting value out of it. You're still extracting value. I think people will slowly extract less value out of Game Pass at Ultimate if the price goes up again, because they're going to basically feel like, think about it like this. Like, let's say the price goes up to $25, okay? That means every 3 months you have spent more than the price of a brand new game at 70. You've spent $75. So if it goes up to 25, and if they're giving you a big game every quarter, you might be better off just waiting and buying them, because sometimes you're only going to buy 2, maybe 3 games. You're not going to be interested in all 4. So like, if the price for day and date Ultimate goes up again to like 25, I think you're going to see people say, I'm extracting less value out of this now, because if I'm only really interested in 2, maybe 3 of the big titles every year, I'm going to be wasting my money, right? If you spend, if you do that, you're spending $300 a year. You could buy 3 games for $210. So people will start to see it as like, I'm getting less value. And here's another theory that I have, just a theory. This could be related to the MLB 25 situation. I think Microsoft is going to be writing less and less checks for big games to go on Game Pass that aren't theirs. They have no reason to. They can throw Doom on there, Call of Duty on there, Fable on there, Outer Worlds 2 on there. Got it right. They can throw all their games on there. And so why are they going to write a big fat check to some third-party game? Like, what's a really big third-party game coming this year? With GTA 6, obviously. What's one of the bigger Assassin's Creed Shadows? Like, they're not going to go to Ubisoft and say, yeah, we want AC Shadows on Game Pass. The check would be enormous. I think they're going to do that less and less. You bought about 20 of those games, not all. You bought games that you didn't have to? Did you buy them because they came off of Game Pass? That's assuming you paid full price for Game Pass Ultimate. Right, that's what I'm saying though, Cobra, is like, if the price goes up again on Ultimate, which it likely will, I don't know if they could go beyond 25. But if they do, and my theory's correct, and they're bringing less big third-party games to Game Pass because they don't see the need to do it. You recently start walking... Yes, I have been wearing a smartwatch. They sent it to me. It's a Tozo, and I've got to do a promotional spot for them, and I haven't done it yet because I wanted to wear it for a little bit so I could talk about it. So it's the same brand as my little Bluetooth headphones, Tozo. They got good stuff on Amazon. I'll have an Amazon link for you guys and everything. I just haven't done it yet. Crimson Desert. Sincere says that's why they helped fund Ninja Gaiden. It was so they could get it into Game Pass. Yeah, I would, but here's the thing about that, though, Sincere. My theory is they're not going to be selecting those big targets anymore. I just don't think they're going to. I do not think they're going to be targeting like the big third-party games and like, oh, we got to write a big fat check. They hear me say this. They don't need to. They have some of the biggest property in the gaming world. They don't need to. They're like, why would we go and do that? We own Call of Duty. Like, what? We own Doom. We own Fable. We own Diablo. Why would we do that? I don't think they're gonna be writing those big fat checks anymore because they don't need to. And I personally think that Satya is gonna say no. I think they're gonna say no. I think Satya is gonna say absolutely not. We're not extracting enough return of investment from Game Pass to be writing those checks anymore. We just wrote a $70 billion check. Let's use our own stuff. Even I think that was a debate internally. I think they debated about Call of Duty going on Game Pass. I think they did. The older Ninja Gaiden games were made by Itagaki, who left Team Ninja years ago. Ninja Gaiden 4 is developed by Platinum Games, who made Metal Gear Rising, Nier Automata, and Bayonetta 1 through 3 and Astral Chain. So you think it'll be a little bit more accessible, Christopher Burnett? Based on what you're saying, my hunch and instinct is that you're communicating it's not going to be as difficult. I think the camera will be better. Saying PlayStation will make a lot of money off Xbox is just wrong. How is it wrong? It's not wrong. It's factual to say that. It's factual. PlayStation is going to make increased revenue because of Xbox's business decisions. They will. There are a bunch of games that would formerly have not been a revenue stream for PlayStation that will now be revenue streams for PlayStation. If they put a new Halo, if they put a new Gears, when they put Indiana Jones on PlayStation, they get 30% and they didn't spend a dime. They didn't have to promote it, market it, produce it. They don't have any of the operating costs. They have none of the risk. The massive weight, the gargantuan weight of Activision Blizzard operating cost is sitting on the shoulders of Microsoft, and PlayStation's just getting to do a 30% scrape of anything they ship. A PlayStation doesn't have to spend anything. That's right. Like, these are revenue streams that PlayStation formerly would not have had. They wouldn't have. They wouldn't have had a Halo or a Gears. They wouldn't. They wouldn't have. Those would have been exclusives. Even at the beginning of the Activision, the ZeniMax acquisition, Phil made it sound like the ZeniMax stuff was going to be exclusive. He said that internally, so Doom wasn't even coming. There was a time where Doom wasn't going to be coming to PlayStation. And we just saw a revenue report. Feather in the cap of Microsoft. They're now the world's biggest publisher. They generated the most publishing dollars and spent the most publishing dollars last month. But guess what? Almost 70% of their revenue from their publishing efforts came from PlayStation. That is not the win that people think that it is. Their biggest customer just became PlayStation for their games. Who do you think is going to get priority from development, features? Who? Why do you think the Black Ops 6 developers worked with Sony to create proprietary anti-lag VRR technology for the PS5 Pro? Why would Xbox developers be working with Sony? Why? Because they just became Xbox's biggest customer. That's not a win for the Bleed Green guys. It means PlayStation now has a lot of priority. They're the spending consumers in the relationship. They're the ones directing and dictating priority at Xbox's publishing efforts. $10 super chat from PWH Town. Do people not realize Sony is becoming the de facto premium home console with Xbox pivoting? In the future, they can ask for more than 30% cut, and they probably would get it because of that. Jake says, but now they need to make sure the games are great because all those PlayStations will be playing Xbox games. Oh, no, yeah, quality's got to be there. Quality's got to be there for sure. Christopher Burnett says, I think the camera will be better this time around and possibly a little bit easier, but not by much. It's still going to have the steep difficulty curve on the harder settings. Okay. Maloon says, I just don't know that I can be impressed that they bought every GD studio and publisher. I can't be impressed with that. It's not like they climbed it. They just bought a helicopter. Meaningless to me, in my opinion. You don't get it. Sony would rather give no money to Microsoft. Now Microsoft gets it all. Microsoft won. Sony isn't giving any money to Microsoft. You've got it backwards, mate. You've got it backwards, mate. The consumer gives money to Microsoft for the game. That's who made the game, and then PlayStation gets a 30% cut. Like when you're selling your game on Steam, Steam isn't giving money to you. You're giving money to Steam. You've got it backwards. You're using their storefront. You think Apple does a 30% scrape? They're getting 70% off of Sony? No, they're not. Sony isn't like writing them a check. The consumer buys the game and Sony gets 30%. Good night. What are you even saying? And a single gift that comes in from Roadkill, he's tempting the 20 bomb, 255. I know what you're doing, Roadkill. Roadkill wants a 20 bomb to 275. Sony gets 30% for doing nothing. They don't have to do anything. Why do you think Apple makes more money than all these companies combined? Apple makes more money than all these companies combined. Why? Because they get a 30% scrape on everything sold on their platform. It's why Steam is a Leviathan storefront. Steam is taken from you when you put your game there. You put your game there and you say, "Hi, consumer, buy my game." And the consumer says, "I think I will. Here's the money." You say, "Great." And Steam gets 30. They're the middleman. Don't you see? PlayStation's now the middleman. They're basically a storefront for Microsoft to sell their games on. PlayStation's not giving money to Microsoft. This is so insane. It's like the only way to get a win is to like invent things and then just claim them. You think that PlayStation doesn't want to give money to Microsoft? You think PlayStation gives a rip? They're just over there making money. I'll prove it to you. PlayStation absolutely loves making money off stuff that isn't theirs. They freaking love it. Do you want to know how I know this? This is their blog for the best games coming in 2025. This is it. And you know what they did? They have one first party. They have one first party studio on here. One. Everything else, third party. That's frickin' Xbox published game. Now, Death Stranding 2 is second party. Third party. Every single game from this point on is third party. And this is their blog saying these are the best games coming this year. I'm still scrolling. Like, PlayStation has absolutely no issue making lots of money off of stuff that isn't theirs. They love it. They love it. They're gonna celebrate this. Do you think when they go over their earnings reports and they look at their sales saturation and they see themselves making up almost 70% of Microsoft's publishing revenue, you think they see that and they're like, "Oh man, they got us"? No. They're like, "We won." Like, we won. You're putting all your stuff over here. We're just getting to make money off of all your hard work. A super chat from Raven, a €6 super chat. What'd y'all eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, chat? Microsoft is giving Sony money. Thank you so much, Raven. PlayStation Road looks lacking when it comes to exclusive games. Xbox is going to save them this year, and they will look dope on the Pro. I don't think they're going to save them. I would be having a perfectly fine year this year on PlayStation with Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2, and Lost Soul aside. There's also plenty of third-party games that are going to look, I think, great on my Pro. Mafia: The Old Country, Split Fiction is going to be a blast, Elden Ring Night Rain, Borderlands 4, Monster Hunter Wilds, Pirate Yakuza, Assassin's Creed Shadows. In the realm of exclusives, PlayStation's going to have 3 console exclusives this year. 3. Maybe a 4th, we don't know. Xbox isn't saving them. Xbox is just padding out the calendar for them. Creature says, third party has always been the platform driver. It's where the money comes from. Now Xbox is third party too. Sorry, code typing. 45 months from the man himself. Creature gets us to 256. If you guys are tuning in and you're looking for the GTA 6 trailer 2, we got trolled by a band that said their new single was going to be in the GTA 6 trailer next month. I still think it's tomorrow. Ghost in the Garage Gaming, good to see you. Simply tell these guys when they make a $10 or $20 super chat, YouTube takes a cut, just like Sony takes a $21 cut of all the $70 games. That's $49 left goes to Microsoft. That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. PlayStation, PayPal, YouTube, they're all taking their cut. YouTube's not like, "Oh, ruined my day. I gotta pay Reforge Gaming." No, YouTube's like, "Thanks for all your hard work, Reforge Gaming. We appreciate all that money that we get from you, and we quite literally do nothing but offer infrastructure." YouTube's like, "Yeah, we've set up infrastructure. Go for it, Reforge. You know, bust your hump every day streaming and making videos. We appreciate all that money." It's the same relationship. If you're out here selling something and PayPal's taking a cut, if you're making something for Patreon, if you're making games and putting them on Steam, if you're making games and putting them on PlayStation, PlayStation's like, hey, thanks so much for the free money. All your hard work on that game, man, that really paid off for us. Thank you. Xbox is indeed saving them. Without those Xbox games, there would be nothing to play. Just look back. Nothing dropped since August with Wukong. What are you talking about? See, you guys do this. You guys do this. It only matters what happens right now. So you have a specific month in mind. You're like, nothing's happened since August with Wukong. So you'll ignore all of the exclusives that hit earlier in the year last year. You'll ignore Helldivers 2 is a console exclusive. You'll ignore Rise of the Ronin, Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. You'll ignore those 5 games. You guys always do the same thing. You're like, yeah, here's all these exclusives, and now we're keeping score. And it's like, huh? Yeah, Astrobot dropped, Silent Hill 2 dropped. Astrobot was a top 10 seller in November, and it went up in December because it won Game of the Year. Yeah, what's your point? You finish them and move on? Really? Like you did with Hellblade 2 in about 6 hours? Like you did with, Stalker 2 and Indiana Jones? It's always interesting to me that Xbox can have a terrible cadence of exclusives, a terrible cadence of first party, and you're over here worried about PlayStation when PlayStation had more exclusives last year than Xbox did. I don't get it. It's like you guys only start keeping score the minute you put points on the board. It's like watching a 9-inning baseball game and you're like, yeah, look at us. And it's like, yeah, you just got some points on the board in the 8th and the 9th inning. What about the other 7? Like, what are you talking about? You only start keeping score at the end of 2024. You're like, yep, now we're keeping score. We're going to ignore everything that happened up to now. Do you want to know why you shouldn't do this? And it's just a little embarrassing. It's because the market is screaming loudly how wrong you are. The market is screaming loudly, extremely loudly, and they're saying, hey, the PlayStation is the one to buy. The PlayStation 5 is the one to buy. It's selling incredibly well in comparison to the Xbox. Why? But you're like, well, yeah, but the roadmaps. Roadmap what? People act like you can install and play a roadmap on their dadgum Xbox. I swear they do. As long as they are single-player, story-driven games, they get played once, 1 or 2 times, and people will move on. So when they decide to not drop live service games, they need more single-player games. So basically all 3 games that Xbox dropped last year, right? Hellblade 2, Stalker 2, and Indiana Jones. Those are just one-and-done single-player games. So basically Xbox did a bad job last year too. Ads are vital. What's YouTube saying? Ads are vital to the lifeline for our creators. Try YouTube Premium for an ad-free experience. Google urged users to pay for YouTube Premium in response to complaints about 60-minute unskippable ad. Yeah, a 60-minute unskippable ad is absurd. Why would they do that? That sounds like a glitch. Okay, I got the text message. I'm not gonna say anything. Co-op action RPG Corridon now available on PC. Solo with up to 4 players. I don't think I've ever seen this game before. Wait, was this on other platforms? Corridon? I'll show it to you guys in a second. I don't think I've ever seen this game before. Oh, you don't think the Xbox games in 2024 were very good? What to you is a good game then? I don't understand. So if you think that the Xbox games were bad and the PlayStation games were bad, well, good golly, man, what do you play? So you didn't like Hellblade 2, Stalker 2, or Indiana Jones. You also didn't like, what, Helldivers 2, Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy, Rise of the Ronin. Your point's pathetic. All you have to say is, well, Xbox isn't doing any better. So you're saying they don't need new games because they dropped a couple in the past? We want more? I'm not sure I understand your point, Kareem. I got more exclusives last year on PlayStation than Xbox. What's your point? If you're like, oh, what, they're single-player games, I don't like that. You're creating this weird like goalpost to claim that basically everything sucks? Like, what games are you playing? I've played an unbelievable amount of high-quality exclusives on my PlayStation 5. Do I want the first-party studios to show up more? Yes, I would like that, but that doesn't mean that I haven't played great exclusives because of PlayStation's publishing efforts or their partnership efforts with people like Arrowhead or Shift Up. And then this year, I'm going to get my favorite game of this year. Is going to be probably Ghost of Yotei. Stoked about that. They got a great relationship with Kojima. Death Stranding 2 is coming. They have their China Hero project. Lost Soul Aside is coming. Where is PlayStation stepping so wrong? Just because there's not PlayStation-owned studios doing more, that's your, like, arbitrary point sheet? Like, there were so many games last year exclusive to the PlayStation, and you're like, but they did a bad job. I'm talking as a PlayStation customer who wants to play games and then move on. I'm not paying for new-gen consoles to play remastered games. Okay, Kareem, then did you play? This is one of those times where I feel like we got to ask for your PSN. Did you play any of the exclusives from last year? There was a ton of them. I can't get a wrangle on what your position is. I can't. I don't understand. They dropped a ton of single-player games last year. Rise of the Ronin, if you played it completionist, you could get 50 to 70 hours out of Rise of the Ronin last year. It's like 3 games. I got 80 hours out of Helldivers 2, somewhere in the 20s from Stellar Blade, somewhere in the 30s from Rise of the Ronin. I'm planning on jumping back into Granblue Fantasy Relink with my wife. I loved Astrobot. My children loved Astrobot. And I didn't play the Silent Hill for very long. I didn't like it. It's not my kind of game. What did you play? What's your expectation, too? You're like, yeah, it's like 3 games. Answer me this, Kareem. How many games do you think PlayStation should put out every year that are either exclusive or first party? What's your number? Just a second ago, I thought you said, and that might have been the other guy. It might have been the other guy. The other guy might have said 3 is okay. That might not have been you. Yeah, I think it was the other guy. How many games do you think they should put out in a given year? $20 from Stellar Blade? I think I was in the 20 hours. I think. Do you think that's too low, Maloon, or too high? I'm trying to figure out where your dissatisfaction's coming from. So, like, dissatisfaction and disappointment comes from unmet expectations. What's your expectations? What do you expect them to do? Is it 4? Is it 5, 6, 10? How many games do you think PlayStation should give you every single year? Also, keep in mind, in the midst of big third-party games like Assassin's Creed Shadows, Borderlands 4, Mafia: The Old Country, GTA 6, Monster Hunter Wilds, all those games are also coming out, but you're unhappy, you're unsatisfied because PlayStation's not bringing enough games. What's the number? His recent comments don't square with his previous. Yeah, you don't seem to have a coherent and consistent point. It just seems like you want to complain about PlayStation, but I don't understand what you're complaining about exactly. What's the number? Last year, there was, if we're just counting console exclusives, because I know Helldivers was on PC, but if we're just considering, like, you bought a PlayStation, so I'm addressing you as a PlayStation customer, you got Helldivers 2, Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Astrobot, and then the Silent Hill 2 remake. That's 7 games. Oh, and then the Last of Us Part 2 remastered. That's 8 games you could have played. If you only play half of them, that's 4. That's a game a quarter. Like, what is that? That's not enough. If we take away the remakes, Silent Hill, and the remakes and the remasters, we take away Silent Hill and The Last of Us Part 2, that gets us down to 6. If 6 isn't enough. Pacific Drive was also exclusive to the console. That's exactly right. 7. Lego Horizon Adventures, 8. We're back up to 8. That's not enough? Now, there's a lot of variety there. You might not like Lego Horizon. You might not like Pacific Drive. But that's 8. How is 8 not enough? What's the number? That's a lot. Yeah, Concord. Concord for 2 weeks. Like, how is 8 exclusives not enough? That's more than a game that you could play every other month. He disappeared. He might be working or driving or something. I'm just trying to understand, what is your expectation, and if they fall below that, you're like, yeah, they're failing, they're not doing a good job. Like, there were 8. If you count the remakes, there were 10 exclusives for your console last year. 10. Look at PS4 as an example. You had way more options back in the day. Yeah, see, you're just being ethereal jello that no one can nail to the wall. We don't know what your position is. So now you're doing this like, well, look back to PS4. Homie, we just listed 10 games that were exclusive to the PS5 console. Well, I think one of them you could play on PC, and one of them you could play on Nintendo Switch. So Helldivers 2 you could play on PC, and the Lego game you could play on Nintendo Switch. That's still 10 games. Yeah, and then Final Fantasy 16 had DLC. Why is that not enough? Like, what's enough for you? Those are either published games, exclusive relationships, second party, third party, all those relationships, first party, right? Yeah, and then Black Myth Wukong was basically a de facto console exclusive. That's 11. Like, what more could you possibly need? That's so many games, so many options, so many different genres. Everybody pisses and moans about, well, they always do the same type of games. Well, they gave you Astrobot, they gave you Helldivers, they gave you a Lego Horizon game in the midst of giving you like a more scary game like Silent Hill 2. They gave you a classic remaster with The Last of Us Part 2. Then they gave you Stellar Blade. That was more like an action-oriented Sekiro. Then they gave you an open-world samurai game and Rise of the Ronin. Then they gave you Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Then they gave you Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I mean, none of those games are exactly the same or even in really the same hemisphere. A couple of them are close, but good golly. That is so much variety. You don't seem good faith to me. You don't. I'm just saying, back in 2020, there was a ton of games announced for PlayStation, but after a couple of months, this type of hype and level of games has disappeared. Can you interact with what I'm saying? I just listed all those games. That was just last year alone. That was 1 year worth of games. That's not enough for you. That's not enough variety. How much do they have to release? How much do they have to do? They literally stepped in to ensure that Black Myth Wukong even came to PlayStation, so they get some credit for Wukong a little bit. It's so many games, bro. This whole PlayStation has no games and PlayStation's down bad. Jiminy Christmas, when you start actually adding up the games exclusive to the console last year, and then you add in all the other third-party games that you could have played as well, like smaller titles like Balatro and Animal Well, other maybe titles that you didn't check out but you should have checked out, like Prince of Persia and The Lost Crown, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, highly reviewed games, highly praised games, DLC for Elden Ring. We were swimming in games last year, and you're talking like we're in a desert. Mountain Dog says, don't pay him any mind. That's the console war fanboys saying about PlayStation. Meanwhile, some of us have both have an Xbox collecting dust. Yo, what's good? Behemoth! All right, let's take a look at some of these questions. Maloon. It's sad that PlayStation fumbled their perception on PC. In a world where they never had this required drama before every release, how much different do you think the PC perception would be? Not by much. Well, I 100% think they hurt their Ragnarok sales. Yeah, I think they hurt their Ragnarok sales. Half of the catalog last year was a bunch of remastered games. Now you're just saying things that are factually incorrect. Now you're just lying. So there's no reason to interact with you. You've just self-reported to be a liar. We listed 10 to 12 games. We listed 10 to 12. Half that was not remakes or remasters. You're just lying. You are. Silent Hill, Last of Us, and I guess you could count Final Fantasy, but come on. That's not exactly a remaster or a remake. It's basically a brand new dadgum game. So you're lying. What you're saying is not true. Half the games were not remakes or remasters. Oh, Horizon. Sure, but we weren't even counting the Horizon remaster in the total, Eugene. The list that I had, the only ones that we would count would be The Last of Us and Silent Hill. We weren't even counting the Horizon Zero Dawn remaster in the total when we were talking to him. List all the remakes and remasters, Kareem. You're lying. It's not half. Maloon, if you believe PSN requirement hurt their sales, do you think that we will see proof of this when Spidey 2 launches and it won't need a PSN? Currently, it says it's required, and it'll be optional later this year. So it probably will hurt the sales, Maloon. Yes. Yes. Listen to me. I was right. 20 bomb from Behemoth gets us to 276. He's like, it's too tantalizing. It's a 20 bomb Agent of Chaos. That's my man. Thank you so much. Behemoth, one of the funnest names to yell. Listen to me. I was right. Do you want to know why PlayStation's making it optional? Because it hurts sales. Why are y'all only listening to me? Is this my interview? I'm on Twitter tomorrow. If I'm on Twitter tomorrow, I'm on your asses. Ooh. He's going to get us on Twitter tomorrow, guys, with that list of remakes and remasters from last year that doesn't exist. Troll with a $5 super chat. Hey, Kareem, all this you've been typing this whole time, you still ain't used those fingers to type the list of games that you played. You scared, homie? What? Number one, okay, false statement that half of the games that we listed were remakes and remasters. That's not true. We listed somewhere between 10 and 12 games, and only 2 of them were remakes or remaster. Only 2. Okay? Only 2. Yeah, you have people's attention because you're saying things that are brain dead and stupid or inaccurate. You're not making any sense. I took an interest in your position because I wanted to know why you were so disappointed in PlayStation. And here's what's always funny to me. I think you're a liar. I think you're dishonest. I don't think you're a PlayStation fan. I think you're a disgruntled Xbox fan or a weirdo PC Master Race guy in disguise, and this is how you get your jollies off. If you were a PlayStation fan, you wouldn't be touting the same tired, stupid, rehearsed diatribe that is bankrupt and not factual that we get all of the time. You guys come in here and you claim to be PlayStation fans and you say dumb stuff like, there was only like 3 games last year. We list 12. And you're like, oh, but half of those were remakes and remasters. You do not sound like a PlayStation fan. I know, and I interact with PlayStation fans, and they don't talk like that. They don't parrot bankrupt, empty, bleed green talking cast, podcast, I can't talk. They don't tout the talking points from the propagandists out there who just make things up. My most played games on PS5 in 2024 was Warframe, because it's peak as always. Final Fantasy Remake. So you played the remake instead of Rebirth? And Black Myth. So yeah, 3 games. What about all the other games, dude? What are you doing? Afternoon feed. A 2-spot from Trotro. Bros Game of the Year is Twitter. Oh, you meant to say Rebirth. Okay. So you played Warframe. That's fine. Warframe's got a very loyal fan base. And you played Rebirth and Black Myth. So you skipped Ronin, and you skipped Stellar Blade, and you skipped Helldivers 2. You skipped Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. You skipped Astrobot. This sounds like a you problem. It sounds like you've got really narrow preferences, and you don't have time for all the other games that came out for whatever reason. I don't know what to tell you, other than it sounds like this is a you problem and not a PlayStation problem. And yeah, and Sony, the headlines now, Sony finally surrenders. PSN accounts will be optional for games including Spider-Man 2, Last of Us Part 2. Yeah. I was right. I told y'all it was dumb. I told y'all it was going to hurt sales, and they're making it optional. It hurt their pocketbooks. Somebody somewhere at an executive level said, what are we doing? I told you. Golly, I wish I knew where the clip was. I told you that with God of War Ragnarok selling so much lower, so obviously lower than God of War 2018, I said there's going to be an executive somewhere that says, what are we doing over there? That's supposed to be an additive market. I'm telling you, I told you guys, I said Ragnarok performed so poorly on PC compared to 2018, and it was the PSN requirement. I told you guys, I was like, listen to me. Listen, I was like, there is executive level people that are going to have questions about that. They're going to be like, what are you doing? Like, so let me get this straight, Hermen. You want to take games to PC to coax people over to PlayStation, but you're making it really hard for people on PC to buy the dadgum game. One of our best-selling PC ports, God of War 2018, the sequel, performed abysmally in comparison to the first game. What are you doing over there? And now we have optional PSN. I told you guys. I was like, there's no way. It doesn't make business sense. It doesn't make business sense. It's like this is counterproductive. You want as many people as you can on Steam playing your games, because then they're going to be like, well, I don't want to wait for that sequel. That God of War Egypt looks really awesome. I think I might buy a PlayStation. Well, no, only one of those games is an exclusive. The other two aren't even exclusives. He played Warframe. He played Rebirth. What was the other game that he said that he played? Eugene says, I'm glad the babies got what they wanted because I like when people speak with their wallet. They're still babies. I love you, Eugene. Eugene's like, I'm not giving up. Oh, the other game he played was Wukong. Yeah, Kareem, I don't understand, bro. You're a disgruntled PlayStation fan who played one exclusive last year and you ignored the other 10. You ignored all the rest of. What's the best game you've played? The best game that I played? My favorite game of all time is like Hellblade 1, followed by like Ghost of Tsushima, Returnal, Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. My best games last year, my favorite game was Stellar Blade. It reminded me of Sekiro. I loved Stellar Blade. I have a top 10 game list on my channel. I put Stellar Blade at the top. I loved Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown. Had a blast with Helldivers. Put 80 hours into it. I had a really good time with Rise of the Ronin. As I said, I'm planning on going back into Grand Blue Fantasy Relink with my wife because I actually liked it. I just didn't get very far because there were other games coming out at the time. I loved Astrobot. My kiddos loved Astrobot. That was like probably my second favorite game last year. It just harkened back to Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, which are two of my favorite Mario games ever. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 is kind of the seedbed of me playing games with my wife. Maloon, did you hear my theory about why I think Ori 1 and 2 are coming to PlayStation? I have a theory about that based on something that developed the last 48 hours. So yeah, I had a great time last year. I'm not bothered by you not having a good time. I just am trying to understand why. You like my shirt? Thank you. I'm curious what you were hoping to get out of 2024 that you didn't get. Like, here's what I think happens sometimes. Let's just say that you're not lying and you are a huge PlayStation fan, okay? Let's just try and believe the best about you, okay? I'm going to try and believe the best about you, right? Love believes all things. Love believes the best. So I'm going to try and be loving here, all right? Even though you've been a little annoying, but you haven't been rude and you haven't name-called, okay? Let me believe the best about you. I do think there are PlayStation fans who developed, I think, an over-exaggerated sense of fandom for the first-party studios like Santa Monica, Insomniac, Sucker Punch, Naughty Dog, and the rest. And when they don't show up to a showcase state of play or when they don't put out a game in that year, you feel like the year was just a complete disaster and a waste. I do. I think there are fans who got way too on that wavelength, and you're ignoring really good games, really good exclusives to your peril. To your peril. I don't think you're doing yourself, I think you're doing yourself a disservice by being like, yo, man, where are these first-party studios? What a sucky year. I'm like, are you kidding me? I didn't even get to finish everything. I had third-party games I had to bump to this year, like Space Marine 2. You know what I'm saying? Now, I have limited time, but still, the point stands. There was so much that came out, in addition to the exclusives. There was a lot of good third-party stuff that came out. Like, Prince of Persia, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth had great scores. Yeah, I didn't really like Balatro or Animal Well, but a lot of people did. Lords of the Fallen's not a new-gen game. I actually had to skip some games because there were too many. Right? That's why whenever somebody talks like this, Tweeka, that's a great name. Whenever somebody talks like this, I'm like, what are you doing? Stellar Blade is like playing Genshin Impact? Oh my gosh. We did it. We did it. That's it. That's it. We've gone full. That's just the end of the show. I'm just gonna go home. I am home. What? What? Did you just say that Stellar Blade is like playing Genshin Impact? Well, what? I don't have a response to that. You basically uploaded a virus to my brain. Like dumbtake.exe just got like uploaded to my brain and I'm like I have nothing. I don't know what to say. Only weirdos play those games? You want to watch it wobble for hours? No, I put her. You can put her in normal clothes. You can put her in normal clothes, dude. Holy mackerel. All right, I'm going to the questions. Kareem, you've got enough of my time today. You've proven that I engage with people who disagree with me. You've proven I engage with people who are gray names. You are welcome here. You are. You are wild with your takes, but you have been respectful. You haven't called anybody a name, and you are you are welcome here. Stop it. We've all seen the memes. Yeah, plenty of people were crotch-shotting her and looking at her boobs, but a lot of us just played it because we liked the combat. I didn't unlock a single one of her like lingerie outfits. I had her in normal clothes the whole time. She's still a little jiggly, but it's not as absurd as some of the other outfits. Not all of us are gooners, bro. My man Brooklyn Breed says, since it's my B-day, can we get 37 likes to the live show? Okay, so Brooklyn Breed would like us to get to 400 likes. We're currently at 363, so he wants 400 likes. Listen, Brooklyn Breed also just sent me a text message, and he said that if we don't get to 350 members today, he's going to be very offended and take it personal. So we're going to need to get some more members going for my man Brooklyn Breed's birthday. I'm messing around. Hit that like button. Let's get to 400 likes for my man Brooklyn Breed. Let's get some happy birthdays in the chat. He's been super, super kind to me over the years, especially when there was a time I was getting attacked by a lot of people. Guys like him would get in the DMs and be encouraging, so I appreciate him very much. Brooklyn, tell him. And a 50 bomb from MASH says, well, I've got to oblige. I've got to oblige. 326. Unreal. The almighty MASH says, wish granted. Happy birthday, Brooklyn. This one's for you. When's trailer 2? I think it's tomorrow. Yeah, I think it's tomorrow, Shadow. Tomorrow lines up with when they've done their other release date trailers. Yo, Alejandro gifts a single member and says, I'll help with the goal, and gets us to 327. Thank you so much, Alejandro. That's a fun name to say. What was I going to say? Oh, if you guys want to support the channel directly, the best way to do that, like directly with monetary support, the best way to do that is to click join and pick the $6 member plus. Do not pick. And more confetti from Mike on the mic. I got to add another member to the total. Thank you so much for the super chat, Mike on the mic. That bumps the member goal to 328. Make sure if you pick up your own membership that you do not pick the $5 membership. You want the $6 membership. I owe you guys a single and then probably a 10 bomb. Yeah, I owe you guys a 10 bomb. There you go. Shadow Stalker, it's your birthday as well. Well, I hope you get a gifted membership. If you got a gifted membership and you're like, hey, I'd actually like to support the channel directly, then you can upgrade to Member Plus. It'll only be $1. Mango says, or is repeating pro as a scam a fair take? I brought up pirating is hurting the game franchise. Also, who are the biggest complaints of Pro or Portal? Great hardware if you put time in. Big PC outlets and many PC gamers followed. Wow. We've gone all the way around, guys. Not that it matters. My birthday is March 1st. This will give you guys plenty of time to forget. I don't know why that was so funny to me. I think it was the way you did a very good job with your sentence structure. Like, I have a lot of respect for joke crafting and stand-up comedians. I have a lot of respect for people who can write a chat message that gets me with the punchline at the very end. That was expertly done, Kevin. That was so good. That's got to be one of my favorite sucker punch like chat jokes. That was very well done, bro. You got me. That was so funny. Oh my. Whew. Hey, the industry will change. Exclusives will be in the past. Sony will follow. Oh, sure. Okay. Whatever you say. Even though Nintendo and PlayStation show no signs of doing that, your crystal ball says they will because your favorite brand just did it. Got it. PWH-Town says, what are your thoughts on the new PSN stuff for certain PC titles? Seems they're incentivizing it instead of requiring it. You know, it's funny. I heard somebody say this once. They said, you know, the best way to get different behavior out of the user is to incentivize it rather than force it. And I think this person said sometime last year that if they want people to make PSNs and link them with the games, then you could give them free things in the games to motivate them to do it. Who was it that said that? It was me. I said that. Me. I'm sorry. I I told y'all. I was like, that's the best way to do it. Don't force people, you know? And then the people will be happy that they signed up for a PSN, right? Do you really want the runway for somebody signing up for PSN to be like, well, all right, fine? Or do you want them to be like, ooh, free stuff? Right? It's like, do you want people signing up for a PSN, you know, to play your game on Steam because they're like, well, fine, I guess if I have to? Or do you want them to be like, free stuff, that sounds pretty good to me, dude. Sony's pretty dope, man. I made a PSN, and now every time they come out with a game, I get free stuff in the game. Seems like they like me, you know. Trick them into thinking that you like them. What's gonna auto renew? I don't want that anymore. Wow. You said that they were making it hard for the PC guys. You know what I'm saying, Trill. Guys, we need 16 more likes. Hit that smackaroonie on the like button, and then everybody type GTA 6. I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's the right move. It's the right move. I told y'all after the God of War Ragnarok thing, I said I told y'all as somebody at an executive level is going to say, what happened over there? Why did Ragnarok sell so much less than the first game? Like, what in the world? Like, sequels tend to sell less, but not that much less. You want to see? I'll show you the comparison, right? Yeah, if you guys are looking for the GTA 6 trailer, the Warframe people goon to aliens. Yeah, I'm done with him. God of War Steam. All right. Let me just show you the difference here. You guys want to see the difference? I'll show you the difference. I absolutely hate when the age requirement glitches out on Steam and won't let me view. Okay, you ready? So here's the first God of War. It has 106,000 reviews, right? 106,000. Now, granted, it's been up there longer. Okay. In the last 30 days, it's had 2,000 reviews. And just in the last 30 days. Take a gander over here. 16,000. Only 16,000. Now, they've had 2,000 in the last 30 days. Okay. But this right here, this represents a serious drop-off in sales. And look at the score, too. Overall, 85, a 96. Why? Well, you got people grumbling in the reviews about having to make a PSN. You can call them babies. You can call them dumb. You can call them entitled. I don't care what you want to say about the PC boys. The PSN requirement has hurt God of War Ragnarok's reception and commercial success on Steam. It did. It 100% affected it. And I am not surprised. In the wake of that, they're like, let's make it optional and let's give incentives for them to do it, because they're not going to want to do this every time they bring a game over to PC. Deal with diminished sales and a lower review score because you're requiring it instead of just saying, well, it's optional if you want to do it. It doesn't really reflect sales, but I understand what you're saying. It doesn't directly reflect sales, Zach, but I believe it's a barometer of sales. I believe it is. It's an indication of it didn't do as well. You know? To be fair, 2018 on PC came out before Ragnarok came out, so we'll never know how many PC folk jumped into play. I think my theory is correct. I think it had less sales, and I think somebody at PlayStation said, we have to make a change. We can't do that going forward. You can't do that going forward. Okay, let's not talk about sales. It has a much lower score than the first game. God of War Ragnarok is a Game of the Year nominated game, and it has a significantly lower score on Steam because of the PSN requirement. What is the change in PSN requirement incentives? We don't know yet. They just said they're going to be giving you. So they published a blog today about it. Oh, do we finally have the PC features info from PlayStation about Spider-Man? Hang on. We got a blog? We got a blog. Nixus shares the PC details. Okay. Boy, oh boy, this came at the 0 hour. NVIDIA DLSS Ray Reconstruction aims to achieve more detailed ray tracing. Okay. There's 2 models. The original model introduced with DLS 3.5 and a newly improved model for RTX 40 series GPUs and newer. This new model results in an overall more temporally stable image, further improving the visual image quality. Yo, Digital Foundry is going to have fun with this. A $5 super chat from Rich Rod. I don't agree that PlayStation should bend over to PC. I agree for safety concerns, but PC should never get a single-player PlayStation game before 2 years post-release. I don't really care. I think 18 months is the sweet spot, personally. But yeah, this is exciting. Digital Foundry is going to have a lot of fun with this, leveraging 2 different versions and new tech. That's always fun. Ultra-wide support's available for 21:9, 32:9, and 48:9. Fully viewable ratios up to 32:9. Oh, 48:9 if you do triple monitor. Okay. Holy mackerel. Oh my gosh, this freaking game. Insomniac and Nixus. What a match made in heaven. These dadgum wizards. Supports various performance-enhancing technologies, DLS 3, AMD FSR 3.1 upscaling, frame gen. Got it. Nixus take pride. Okay, here we go. I'm going to have to go full screen here. Oh, exit full screen. What is this? Is this actual text? Oh my gosh, I thought it was an image. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what they're saying here is minimum a 1650 card. Okay, recommended a 3060. It sounds like they did a really good job with optimization. If this is your floor, a 1650 and recommended is a 3060. If you want high, a 3070, high with ray tracing, a 4070. It sounds like they did a great job with optimization once again. Nixus does a great job. This looks like it's going to be another champion port from them. SSD is obviously required given the nature of fast travel and traversal through the city. Yeah. A 4090 to have the same experience as the Pro. 4K 60 with very high ray tracing. 1440 60 high ray tracing. Yeah, I mean, all these down here, these are all pretty beefy rigs. The top 3. This will likely be better ray tracing, though, than the PS5 Pro. Right? Is that 4090 spec with upscaling? It doesn't say. Doesn't say, Zuby. It just says 4K at 60. There's no asterisks. There's no asterisks on any of the resolutions, so I don't know if any of these specs are with upscaling. They've got the Digital Deluxe Edition. You get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 skins. Some other things over here. Pre-purchase, you get all this stuff. So here's all your pre-purchase stuff, which is interesting again because they're only. I am so shocked. I was wrong. I thought they were delaying this. They're giving you basically 1 day to get all the pre-purchase stuff. Not playing with an SSD would be scary. That game, yeah. Some games it probably doesn't matter. You know, people are on older stuff. And that's okay. They've been pretty explicit if upscaling is required. Yeah, usually they put like a little asterisk, don't they? I feel like they do. I feel like they typically put like a little asterisk. EA is restructuring BioWare following Dragon Age Veilguard, moving a number of developers onto other projects within EA, focusing BioWare on finishing Mass Effect. Yeah. Grifters are going to love that. I'm not going to be a little quieter, okay? You guys just have to shut the door all the way. You want to put the mat down? I can put the mat down. The volume mat. My daughter just told me, because they're going to watch a movie, she's like, just don't go, and a 50 bomb, thank you. Like, that was her impersonation of me. You don't like when I yell about 50 bombs? You want me to whisper? I'm not going to do a voice like I'm fat. A squeaky mouse? No. No, I'm not whispering 50 bomb. Number one, somebody would have to do a 50 bomb. And number two, I'm not whispering. No. What? Number two? Did I say number two? What did I say number two? Oh, I was listing. Number two. Poop jokes. No. I think number two assumes that number one's included, bud. Yes, it does. Have you ever gone two without one? No, you haven't. That's wizardry. That's wizardry. I don't believe you. I'm not going to ask him to do a 50 bomb and do a squeaky mouse. There is no 100 bomb. You want 250 bombs and I'll do a squeaky mouse. You are greedy, kid. Don't beg. No, they think that I beg and I don't. Don't give that impression. The haters are already clipping this. Exactly, Trill. You never two without one? You never two without one. This feels like a Seinfeld episode, right? It would become a big discussion. Hey, he's saying he goes two without one. Do you go two without one? I've never gone two without one. You did it when you were a baby? How could you possibly know? There's no way that you remember that, bud. I am not going to tell them that you're a butt person. He has become very much, he really enjoys hitting people on the butt. You like to feel the jiggle? All right. All right. Hey, you're getting inappropriate. Go watch your movie. If I get too loud, that's too bad. Okay, shut the door all the way. Thank you. Good golly. RV Alien says, me too, homie, me too. He like me. 9 years old, and he's already an ass man. He's a man of culture. Oh my gosh. I've had to tell him, like, buddy, you can't do that. What are you doing? Oh my golly. Oh, he's a hoot. Frickin', they're nuts. Being a dad takes patience. Yeah. They're both a little crazy. They're both a little crazy. Marketing for who? Follow you back. Xbox CEO Phil Spencer says that the Series hang on, let me just pull this up. What do we got here? What's Phil saying? He says the Xbox Series X and S and PlayStation 5 are too similar. I want us to innovate and make hardware the differentiator. In a new interview, Phil Spencer discussed the Series S and why Microsoft thinks hardware innovation will be the thing that makes you buy the next Xbox. Huh? Well, what does he mean? Like innovate? I need the direct quote here. Therein lies the controversy of the Series S. Many games simply aren't built with the Series S in mind, and to ship on Series X, Microsoft requires developers to build for the Series S. Games like Black Myth Wukong and previously Baldur's Gate 3 were either delayed or outright omitted from Xbox entirely, with blame falling on the Series S's 10 gig of RAM, compared to the PS5 and the Series X's 16. Developers that build games for PS5 and the Series X first struggle to retroactively port to games. Xbox Phil Spencer isn't worried, though. In an interview with industry heavyweight and generally lovely bloke Destin Legary, we're laying it on pretty thick here. Who wrote this? Jez, I love you. You're laying on a little thick here, bro. A $2 super chat from Sneaky Wolf. So the 4090 is equal to the Pro? I'm not saying that. It's probably not the same ray tracing. So I think you guys are getting ahead of yourselves. Hang on one second. Okay, back to the article. Phil Spencer discussed the Series S. Parity clause won't go away. Stipulates a game that they need to feature parity between the Series X and the S, although exceptions have been made for co-op with Baldur's Gate 3, which, by the way, is arriving earlier today. When asked about this. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at what old Philly Phil's saying here. In a way, think about it in almost exactly the opposite way. With the rise of handheld PCs and the Nintendo Switch 2, as developers were building for more divisive specs for lower power devices, battery-powered devices, all the way things that plug into the wall, I actually think we have a real advantage because we've been targeting the Series S for quite a while. I think that it helps us, frankly. Scalability of engines today allows games to scale from ray trace-enabled multi-$1,000 graphics cards on desktop all the way through battery-powered handheld devices. So for me, the Xbox Series S has been helpful in our portfolio. He says an important design point for developers to consider given the rise of battery-powered devices. Gary asked Spencer about the previously teased Xbox handheld. Okay. Yeah, what's the differentiator? Yeah, I want to hear about the innovation. I want us to innovate and make hardware the differentiator. We've got into this space where the differentiation on the hardware has gone down, and it's really been locked games that have become the identity of the hardware. Conveniently ignoring the Pro, but okay. I love when I see handhelds, when I see unique things that hardware manufacturers do. I want our hardware to compete on power and on innovation. So let's have our platform continue. What is happening? Let's have our hardware platform continue to innovate with services and the hardware work that we're doing, whether it's controller power or mobility. So it sounds to me like he's viewing it in these three ways. Like they're going to innovate on the next piece of hardware in controller power or mobility. Like I said, I don't know if their goal is to enter the power narrative again with the next device. I feel like they're going to focus more on mobility. Right? Differentiator can't get more different than a console that's nothing, that's just a with nothing or a handheld, just saying. Series S, prep them for the Switch 2. 9,000 IQ play there. Hang on. I'm being told they're not similar, Series X and PS5. Xbox had no innovation. PlayStation brought haptics, PSVR, and new I/O system and super resolution. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is going to have a creator program? Yeah, I feel like the PS5 did innovate. Adama the Dragoon, I don't know how to pronounce that, says, looks like they're making the pre-order bonuses available for everyone regardless of when they buy the game, so that's helpful. I was hoping they would do that for Spider-Man 2. I was kind of hoping they would do that. It's like, you guys kind of dropped the ball here. You know, you're giving people 1 day to pre-order the game. What if somebody's not paying attention? Oh, you're in chat. What's good? What's good? Adama? Is he suggesting making a handheld or making the S is just like handhelds? I think what Phil Spencer said was, which I do think there is some sense to what he's saying. If you guys haven't hit like yet, please hit like. We're almost to 400 likes. I think what he's saying is, he's like, we already have been targeting weaker hardware, so we're kind of ready to go. We've kind of gotten our chops and can already target something like the Switch 2. I don't think what he's saying is wrong. All of the first-party studios at Xbox have been targeting Series S. They've probably learned a lot of lessons. And they're like, yeah, that targeting Switch 2 won't be that difficult. Not everybody has $500 for a console. There are poor people out there who want to play too. Series S makes gaming affordable. Y'all really just hating at this point? No one's hating. No one's hating. The Series S is not made for poor people, and gaming is not designed for poor people. That's just such a false narrative. It isn't. Nothing about gaming is designed for poor people. Do you know what poor people don't care about? Gaming. They care about eating and putting gas in their car and paying their bills. I know and assist people who are not financially well off, and they're never freaking wringing their hands over gaming. Like, that's just some weird virtue signal posture nonsense to defend the Series S because, like, oh, but it's for poor people. Think of the poor people. That's not, they're not a factor in the equation. Folks that are poor are not worried about gaming. They're hoping they can buy groceries. They're hoping they can make rent. And being able to save $200 on a console isn't doing them any favors. They're not like, oh man, times are tough. I can barely pay my bills, but thank God there's a console that's $200 cheaper. Have you ever interacted with somebody who's like check to check or on the lower spectrum of income? They're not like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I can do this. Do you know how many families bought their kids a Series S because it's affordable? Okay, yes, I do know people that bought the Series S because it's affordable, but they're not doing it because they're poor. They're doing it because it was a low income. It was a low price entrance to get their kids a Game Pass box. We've been through this rodeo before with people like you. Gaming as an industry and as a hobby is not structured or designed for folks on lower income thresholds. It's a luxury market. It's expensive. It's not cheap. That's my little brother. Should I pay the light bill or get a new console? Yeah, like if you've got, a TV, the Series S is digital, by the way. So they need internet at a good enough speed to download games or they're going to wait for forever, right? They need electricity and they need a television. Like maybe 20 million people bought the S compared to 100 plus million console users. Phil says he's going to smoke the PS6. There's a part of me that wants them to do it again. Right? Do it again. Go for it. Let's go one more time on the merry-go-round of we're gonna have the strongest console. Like, I kind of want them to do it again. They did it with the Series X. World's most powerful console eats monsters for breakfast, and they never tapped into it, and they've never displayed that. Like, that would be my question to Phil. If I got to interview Phil, I'd be like, all right, Phil, so at the beginning of the gen, the Project Scarlet marketing, especially in 2019, really had some high aspirations for the Series X. Do you feel that you've achieved those aspirations with respect to power? And if you do feel that you have, what games do you feel demonstrate that? What games? Forza Horizon and Indiana Jones would probably be what he'd have to say. And to their credit, they're gorgeous games. But that's it. You're not... That Series X has not once had its power truly displayed if you've only got 2 games. What I was promised on the PS5, I can show that off in any game that I boot up. Returnal, Ratchet, Horizon, GT7, God of War Ragnarok, Forbidden West DLC, Burning Shores, like Spider-Man 2. Any of the first-party studio games, I can be like, yeah, these all display the power that I was promised on this device. Whether it's instantaneous loading with not just the SSD, but the I/O and the data handling that they're using there, like you wouldn't be able to do the things that you do in games like Ratchet. Yeah, the PS5 Pro, yes, and I love it. It has given me everything that I wanted out of it. What if they could get FF16 to run on a consistent 60 on the Xbox Series X? How would that change your narrative? I don't think that they could, because it's not a raw power it's not a difference of power, it's a difference of how they built the game. It's how they leverage FSR and dynamic resolution. So if they brought FF16 to the Xbox Series X and managed to get a stable 60, there would be a technical change to the game itself. It wouldn't be like, oh, the Series X is better. I don't think they would do that and just leave the PS5 version in the way that it is. If they could update FSR and give me dynamic resolution throughout the whole game, then I could get stable 60. I get it in combat sequences that are far more intense than just running around a room or a valley. Series X outperforms the Pro on a couple of games. No, it does not. That is a false. That's a false narrative that people keep running with. It's not true. There is not a single tech breakdown anywhere that says that the Series X is outperforming the Pro. That is absolutely false. The Pro is a money grab. Everything's a money grab. Every device out there is there for money. That's why they make them. They make them to sell, to make money. You could search it up right now. Oh, I could search it up. So you make a claim and don't back it up. Wow. You are really on a batting average of winning today. So you're claiming there are games that run better on the Series X than the Pro. What are the games? Who did the reporting? Who did the who did the breakdown? Who did it? Where is it? What game? Why not showing it live on stream? What do you mean? You made the claim. The burden of proof is on you. What game is it? Warhammer? Yeah, I knew you were going to say Space Marine 2. No, Space Marine 2 has been verified to not just run better with respect to frame rate, it has significantly better image quality. You lose. You lose. Yeah, the new one. Oh, I know. Oh, you're not talking about Space Marine 2? What game are you talking about? The other one? The older one? Space Marine 2 was one that people were claiming, oh, it only gets a couple more frames. It only gets a couple more frames. And it was like, no, it gets a couple more frames, and the image quality is far superior. I knew you were going to say Space Marine. I knew you were going to say Space Marine 2. Because that's what everybody does. They run to one screenshot of one section where, like, the frame rates are close, and they're like, you spent all that money for a couple extra frames. And it's like, you're completely ripping it out of context, and you're not showing the actual breakdown that shows how much the image quality is improved on the PS5 Pro. Where's my bird? Yeah, where's my bird? You lose. I want my bird. Like, there are no games that you can show definitively running better on the Series X versus the Pro. It's practically, technically impossible. Now, there were some bad PSSR patches that got pushed out that were causing things to run poorly. That's not, oh, the Series X is running better. The PS5 was running games better than the Pro, who pushed out patches too early. I could go right now on YouTube and see a couple videos showing that the PS5 Pro isn't better in performance on a lot of games. Yeah, and you know who would be claiming it? Grifting liars, not actual reputable tech outlets. There is not a single reputable tech outlet right now that has a video saying this game runs better on the Series X than the Pro. Now, maybe there are games that haven't done a PS5 Pro Enhanced that you're going to do a side-by-side comparison, and you're going to say, yeah, the raw install of this random third-party game, Series X gets better frame rate. There's been a handful of games this gen that Series X has had better frame rate for. If you're talking about actual PS5 Pro Enhanced games, no, it's simply untrue. He's referencing this video. Yeah, it's like one screenshot of one section. And they're like, yeah. This is the one. I remember seeing this on Twitter. Yeah. This right here made the rounds, and people were claiming that Series X was better. Because it was running 4K 60, and the frame rate was a little bit more stable in this section. But again, image quality is super important. The image quality is vastly superior on the Pro. There's been breakdowns of Space Marine 2 that have shown this. When a frame rate graph has zero fluctuation, it should be highly questioned, especially in that section. Yeah, it's a screenshot of 3 different instances also. They're not even doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. It's a total cherry-pick screenshot from lying grifters. They think the PS5 Pro is much better than the Series X is laughable. No, the only thing laughable here today is you, as you peddle propagandist nonsense. You've not said a true thing today. I don't think you've uttered a true thing today. I don't think you have. You said half of the games were remakes and remasters. False. You're now saying that the Series X runs games better than the Pro. And when that claim gets falsified, you move the goalpost. Well, to think that the PS5 Pro is much better than the Series X is laughable. No, you are laughable, sir. You are laughable. His account's like 7 years old. I already checked it. You just move the goalposts. It's newer, more powerful hardware. How is this even a debate? Right. Newer, more powerful hardware, proprietary upscaling, better ray tracing. But yeah, it's stupid to think or laughable to think that it's better. It is better. It runs games better. I have a better experience. You're all, and this again, you're supposedly a PlayStation fan. Really? It's interesting. A PlayStation fan who is once again really dialed in to dishonest, grifting, bleed green talking points. Man, it's so crazy. Yeah. It's so weird. Like these alleged PlayStation fans that I meet that are like running with false narrative crap that they've heard from liars on YouTube. Yeah, but there are games that the Series X runs better than the Pro. Really? Who told you that? A reputable source or some cherry-picking buffoon who took a single screenshot and is like, well, here's this section where the frame rate fluctuates a little bit. So, yeah, the pro's not all it's cracked up to be. I'm telling you, this happens all the time. I get these alleged PC fans, these alleged PlayStation fans, or you're saying, oh, I'm a fan of all platforms. You seem awfully familiar with virtually every talking point, every false narrative, every false claim of the anti-Sony grifters, the guys who just make crap up. You're really familiar with all their talking points. Like, super familiar. The screenshot says the performance metric on it, they must not read. It's beyond just, like, comparing frame rates. It's better image quality. It looks better, crisper, prettier. See, image stability and image quality are far more important than a single screenshot of a graph about frame rate. There's a little bit of fluctuation there. No, you've got to look at the whole picture. This is like the brilliant takes that we saw after the PS5 Pro announced when someone took a single screenshot of The Last of Us. When Cerny was showing off, both games were running in quality mode, but the one was running at 60. And this genius on Twitter took a screenshot and was like, I don't really see a difference. You think? It's a screenshot that was meant to show off frame rate, which shows fluidity and smoothness in the player animations and the camera moving, and both versions were running at the quality mode. But you took a screenshot to be like, oh, it doesn't look that much different. And it got millions of views and tons of clicks and tons of retweets because literacy in this community is dying. It's like they put out a trailer to say, choosing between quality and performance is frustrating. Here's two versions of the same game in the same sequence at quality mode, and this one's running at double the frame rate. And this 9,000 IQ Einstein on Twitter took a screenshot and said, I don't really see a difference. Whoa. The entire point is that, yes, they're both running at quality mode. They look great, and this one's got double the frames. Just because you're a fan of PlayStation, you don't have to like every game and move they're doing. There's a lot of fanboy energy in this chat. I'm still a customer at the end of the day. No. And that's it. Final straw. You're one of the... I firmly believe you're just one of the Clippers. I believe it. And you push and you push and you push, and then eventually you get banned, so then you can run in your circles and say, Reforge Gaming bans people that don't agree with him. Don't say anything negative about PlayStation. Yeah, I'm done with you. You hijack chat with brain-dead, bankrupt statements that are false. You know why you're banned? Because liars don't get to hang out here, and you're just another one of them. I have a very strong disdain for people like you because you either clip and put it on Twitter or you have a podcast and you're in here in disguise. You're just a liar. No respect for people like you. You're not a fan of gaming. You're a fan of lying. You're more interested in just lying and making things up. And when your claims are pressed on, what do? You run away like the coward you are and you change the goalposts. I can't imagine waking up every day and be like, you know what I'm going to go do? I'm going to go be a cowardice liar and just make up things on the internet. And when my claims get pressed on, well, I'll just move the goalposts. Well, half the games were remakes and remasters. No, they weren't. Move the goalpost to something else. I just didn't like the games. Well, there are games that run better on the Series X than the Pro. Press on it. No, there's not. Well, it's not that much better. There's a lot of fanboy energy in here. Let me tell you something. The energy you're feeling in here that is like averse to you, it's not fanboy energy. It's adults who like truth. and you're not that. That's why you feel like it's fanboy energy. You know what we're fanboys of? We're fanboys of the truth. And when you throw your refuse and your nonsense and your excrement, your verbal excrement into our chat, we obviously have an aversion to it because it's not true. It's not true. You probably hang out in circles and watch podcasts where you can shovel out that drivel for hours on end and no one ever presses on your claims. So you come here and think, well, you've got a lot of fanboy energy in here. No, you've just been saying things for the last hour that are just not true. The energy you're feeling is an aversion to BS. That's exactly right. That's why PC Master Race guys in chat were jumping on you. For me, Series X is a very good console, perfect image in Windows and console. Listen, there's nothing wrong with the Series X as a device. My frustration with the Series X, Marshall, is that Xbox didn't tap into it. If I stack up all the first-party bangers that PlayStation gave me for my PS5, and I stack up what Series X got from Xbox, it's not even a contest. See, that's my frustration with it. It's like, yeah, Series X is great. I think the Series X is going to get its biggest shine this year. I do. Series X is going to get to run Doom the Dark Ages, Outer Worlds 2, hopefully Fable. Like I said, I think Fable slipped. South of Midnight. Now, again, there is a bit of an indictment, again, of Xbox first-party studios, because Avowed's going to run at 30 FPS on the Series X, which is hugely disappointing. That's hugely disappointing. So, again, to me, the issue isn't the Series X. It's been the execution of it. It's like going into a sports draft, drafting a really good player, and never using him. It's like, what the frick are you doing? Like, you guys made this great console, and you won me over with it, with your marketing, and then it's just kind of sitting there. Clockwork Revolution's not coming this year, I don't think. I think Clockwork's slated for next year. They've not officially said, but that's what I think. Maloon submitted a question. PS4 games to no longer come to PS5 Plus from 2026, only cross-gen being the exception. Thoughts? I don't really care. Sorry, Maloon. I just don't care about what comes and goes from the subscription services because they don't do a lot for me. They're there if I need them. I'm not ever like, oh, but this left or that's coming. Oh, no. I think it's great when big things land, but things are always leaving and those things always change. Yeah, and the PS4, time to leave it behind. Maloon, do you think Spider-Man 2 will surpass Spider-Man 1 on PC? No. Now there's no PSN. No, the PSN's still there. Will we see a better launch? No. No, we won't. The PSN is required for Spider-Man 2. They're going to make it optional later this year. So, no. Spider-Man 2 will not outsell Spider-Man 1 on PC. It won't. It's going to score less. It will not score as well because of the PSN issue, and it will not sell as well because of the PSN issue. And making it optional later this year won't cause a sudden surge of people to buy it and help its review score. First impressions are everything. First impressions are everything. And Spider-Man 2 is going to hit the airwaves tomorrow on Steam, and it's going to require PSN. People are going to yell, scream, get angry, leave negative reviews because they're mad that they had to do it, or they just won't buy it. So I'm glad they're switching to optional. I'm glad they're switching to say, we'll give you incentives to do it. That is quite literally my idea from last year that I said many, many times. So I'm pleased that they're doing something that I think is a better path for getting PSN signups and synchronization with PC users. I think it's a far better way of doing it. So Spider-Man 2 is not as good as Spider-Man and Miles. A lot of people thought that, Bender. I thought it was equal. I thought they were equal. I enjoyed them both the same amount. Indiana Jones and FF7 didn't do well on Steam either. I don't think it's just the PSN. Final Fantasy's in a unique position. I think they oversaturated the market. I think when you do a remake and then a rebirth, I think that's hard to market. I think that hurts it. And is Black Cat in Spider-Man 2 again? She is. And all the people that try to claim that like Spider-Man 2 was woke and making the characters ugly, she's actually, I would say, hotter in Spider-Man 2. The anti-woke grifters will never talk about that. They'll just take one awkward screenshot of Mary Jane and claim they're making our characters ugly. Because, you know, she was smoking in the first game. She wasn't. But weirdo's got a weirdo. I like the bigger city. Yeah, the traversal in the combat was really fun in 2. I did like that. That did kind of give it a little bit of a leg up in my mind. But Ormney says, are we expecting the GTA 6 trailer announcement tomorrow or the actual trailer? Just asking because trailer 1 had an announcement. I don't think they're going to do an announcement prior because I don't think they're going to like upload and schedule this because there's a risk of it leaking. I think they'll upload it and just publish it. I think that's why they've been quiet about it. That's why they're not saying anything about it. Yeah. Space Marine 2 is getting full crossplay PvP. Well, that's nice. They put all the hot budget on Black Cat. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all, Crisco. Yeah, We've done this before. We've done this before with Spider-Man 2, Mary Jane. She's in scenes with like really, really awkward, like really like awkward angles. But the idea that this is somehow some egregious downgrade, I don't understand. I really, really don't. To me, it is a change. I will acknowledge it is a change. But people are acting like they wailed on her with the ugly stick. She just looks different. Hairstyle's obviously different. You know, she almost has like almost like a baby fat pudge here. No problem with that. I think that's cute. And it's gone here. You know what I mean? I will never understand this weird thought that like, man, they really wailed on her with the ugly stick. It's like, she looks different, yes. But, see, these are the pictures that they'll use. They'll use these awkward, unflattering pictures of her, and they won't use any other pictures. It's just like what they did with Aloy. They find the absolute worst pictures that they can, and they use those instead of, like, this isn't bad. I've never seen this one before. You know what I mean? They won't use that. You're not seeing this on the thumbnails out there. You're not seeing that. You're seeing the ones that look derpy and stupid with bad lighting. Anybody that does any kind of photo shoots knows you never ever face the camera head on. You always turn to the side. You always turn to the side. She has dirt and sweat on her. That's ugly. And again, I'll never understand why people, right? This is the really, really funny thing. This is the really funny thing. Nobody ever took an issue with this. Nobody took an issue with that. You're literally defending a version of Mary Jane from the first game that quite literally doesn't look anything like the face model. They made significant changes for some reason. I don't know why. They're the type to complain that the cashier at GameStop isn't hot enough. I think some of y'all watch too much anime. I think some of y'all look at too much of that hentai. You got a very narrow view of what femininity is and what women should look like. You know what I'm saying? The minute a character has a strong jaw, these guys are out here wetting their beds over it. It's like Jiminy Christmas. The same game, Spider-Man 2, has Black Cat in it, and they made her outfit more revealing. So, Mike on the mic with a question. Lono, do we know why Sony wants people to use their PSN? It's a handful, like a multi-pronged strategy. They want data, right? They want to track your behavior. They also want to make it really easy for you to consider buying their console. So, like, let's say you make a PSN and you buy Spider-Man 2, and then you buy a couple other games, Ghost of Tsushima, Return, or whatever, and you're getting the little trophy pop-ups, the little dings, right? What they're doing is they're getting subversive hooks in you. You're starting to think about the fact that you have a PlayStation account and you have PlayStation achievements. So in the future, let's say you see a trailer for Wolverine and you don't feel like waiting. It might be hard to say no to like a PlayStation Wolverine combo or a PS5 Pro and then Wolverine. If they can get good level performance, like look at the performance in Horizon Forbidden West, okay? So you look at performance in like Horizon Forbidden West and Spider-Man 2 and Ratchet on the Pro, and then you look at what it would take to have a PC that can like match that performance and fidelity. A lot of the gaming public, a lot of the PC gamers are not on those high-level rigs. They're on a mid-level rig and down. So they are not playing PlayStation games at that level of fidelity. They're not. They're playing them at like 1080 or 1440, and they're shutting things off. So you see a trailer hit, and you see Wolverine looking insane, and then you see a breakdown of what it's going to look like on the Pro, and you've already got an account, and you've already got trophies. That might be the easiest $700 you've ever spent. You're like, I got to play Wolverine. I don't want to wait. My PC's not even getting that performance anyways. Now, the PC Master Race guys, they always clip this and scoff and seethe and mauled, and they're like, nobody would ever do that. No, you would never do that. The vast majority of people in the PC gaming marketplace are not on PCs that can get performance that matches the Pro. They're playing games and shutting things off. So all it's going to take is the right game, the right trailer, the right performance, and they're going to say, you know, I don't know, that's not bad. We've got a couple people here that literally did that for God of War Ragnarok. They literally did. They're like, I don't want to wait. It looks good. The performance of the game looks fine on the PS5. I'm going to buy it. Zubair says, I think the Pro is good enough for me and I'm a snob. Right. We've got guys here that have really nice PCs and really nice rigs, and they'll happily buy and play games on their Pro instead of waiting. Do you see? When you look, and I cited this, and they have no comeback to this. There's roughly 20 million people who have a PS5 who did not have a PS4. Where did they come from? Where? A percentage of those people, I guarantee you a percentage of those people have a PC. They didn't switch. They probably still have their PC, but they were like, yo, I tried some of those PlayStation games. They're awesome. I'm happy to get a PS5. I didn't have a PS4, but buddy, I played some of these games, man, and they make good stuff. They go out and buy a digital PlayStation for $400 and they call it a day, or $450 and they call it a day. The idea that there are consumers out there that are different than them, it just drives them insane. I already had a hateful comment today on my channel because I'm using a really nice PC that I just bought to stream and not play games, and the guy was so incensed that he insulted me. Like, that's a mental illness. That's mental illness. That's not normal behavior. That's not the behavior of like a mature, emotionally stable adult. A stranger on the internet spent money on something and they're using it in a way that you don't like, and it provokes anger and hate from them. That's mental illness. The people that put me in their content and hurl insults at me and hate on me, they all have a mental illness. They're not well. They're not mentally well. Like, I will never, ever take issue with somebody who wants to spend tons of money and play on a PC. I don't care. Go for it. Great. Yay. I hope you have a great time. I've celebrated when games like Tsushima and Returnal come to PC because I want more players to play them. I want them to be successful games and franchises, and the more people that play them, the better. And the idea to them, it is incensing to them. It makes them angry, and it makes them hurl insults. It makes them attack me just for stating the obvious. There's an awful lot of consumers out there that would have no issue buying a Pro for $700 because their current gaming laptop or gaming PC isn't even close to the performance of the Pro, and they're like, that's a lot easier for me than upgrading my rig or buying a new rig. You should be mad at NASCAR drivers for not driving them for everyday use. That doesn't work, no. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Mikey, but that doesn't work. They're angry that I have a really strong PC that I'm not using for gaming. There are people that buy really, really strong rigs like this and they use them for video editing. They'll never boot up a single game on them. Like, it's mental illness. It's a weird version of extended adolescence and arrested development. Like, they're stuck in this like real insecure teenage boy mentality of like they feel threatened by someone who's different than them, so they have to attack them. Like, that's what it stems from. They're mad that you have a dishwasher but still wash dishes by hand. I'm okay with you not gaming. I'm not okay with you not testing its limits. I honestly haven't had time. I am a little curious, Zuby. I'm a little curious. They might partner with NVIDIA and create a PC-like console that plays Steam games and Xbox games that would kick. I don't know if I would love for them to do that, Henry, because I think NVIDIA is making really good strides, and then that would obviously help Xbox maybe stand apart, leveraging things like the new frame gen. Like, if NVIDIA can pair their newer frame gen with their reflex technology and they remove any feeling of latency. I said this the other night. I was typing in King Thrash and the guys were all talking, and I said, if they could get frame gen to and then remove the latency, I'd be okay with it. And Thrash was like, well, if it's a 30 FPS game, it's still going to feel like a 30 FPS game. Not if they can use the reflex technology to basically emulate or simulate an almost instantaneous input so that you don't feel like you're playing a 30 FPS game. Right? Like, if they can do that, if NVIDIA can do that, that's going to be big strides for you playing a game on your weaker rig and not having to worry. You'd be like, oh, I'll just turn weaker rig. Like, if you buy a PC that's capable of this new tech, and then in like 7 years, you're not going to feel like you need to upgrade. Dishwasher analogy is wrong. Dishwasher actually saves you more money. The analogy was more simplistic than that, Wheezy. He was just saying they're upset that you bought something for what they feel like the intended purpose is and you're not using it for its intended purpose. Have you seen what DLSS 4 has done for the 2000 series GPUs? They're going to age like fine wine. Right, and I think that's one of the beauties of what NVIDIA is doing. Now, fast forward, track with me here. What NVIDIA is doing is going to help future handhelds, maybe a future console, right? Maybe a future console from Xbox. Maybe, like you're saying, maybe they partner with them or whatever. They can build something with the internals not being really strong to keep cost of production down, cost of consumer down, and then give you a much higher level of performance. These guys that are all getting in their feels about fake frames and fake resolution, I don't think they understand what this means for future hardware. It's actually a really good development. It's what AMD and Project Amethyst is all about with Mark Cerny. It's we can get more advanced with the upscaling, maybe frame gen. They might be doing something similar to frame gen with Amethyst. We don't know. And then your hardware doesn't have to be like a brute force. We got to have all this power. You don't need all that power in a handheld or a future console if you can leverage this new tech. You do know they outright lie about power. Most PS5 games and Xbox games that run at 60 FPS, they render 1080 and upscale to 4K. They're not true 4K machines. How many people do you think out here right now are running native 4K on their PCs, brother? What are you talking about? Even people who build monster PCs are not running native 4K most of the time. What do you mean? This is an understood thing in the tech world. It's not a lie. It's business as usual. It's a standard practice. Sony and AMD about to go all in on AI. That's why I said people get in their feels about fake frames and fake resolution, and it's like, I don't think you understand what this means. You're going to be able to buy a gaming handheld in 5 years. Trust me on this. I'm going on record. I think in about 5 years, you're going to be able to go into the market in 2030 and buy a handheld and not even question if it can do, you know, like 144060. I don't think you're even going to question it. It'll just be a standard thing. It'll just have tech inside of it that's just been standardized, that just does frame gen and upscaling on weaker hardware, and you're not even going to question it. Trust me on that. I'm telling you right now, that's where this is going to take us. It's going to be, you're going to be able to create gaming handhelds, gaming laptops, maybe even gaming consoles that are able to hit really good frame rate and resolution on hardware that's not that impressive with respect to raw power. Because in 5 years, raw power is going to be stronger, right? We know there'll be new vid cards. We know there'll be new CPU, GPU, everything, right? They're going to be able to build handhelds with this stuff. And you're not even going to question it. Fake frame rate experience sucks. It sucks right now, politician. Early versions of DLSS sucked. Not anymore. The PS5 Pro is not that of an upgrade. My PC that has a 3080 still walks my PS5 Pro, specifically on FF7 Rebirth. I don't care about 4K. Early ray tracing sucked. Listen, you're doing this. You gotta watch yourself here. All these liars, all these grifters, all these weirdos were like salivating at the fact that out of like 70 games, there was 4 games that had bad PSSR implementation. So what do they say? They lie. PSSR failed. PSSR is a flop. PSSR is a joke. You're doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing. You're putting on clown makeup. None of those takes on PSSR aged very well. It took like a month. And the Black Ops 6 guys were like, yeah, we figured out you got to denoise it. They already have figured out how to better optimize PSSR implementation. It's in what, a matter of months, it's already improved. These buffoons that are, it failed, it flopped. Frame gen and upscaling will get better and better with time. And it is going to give you, you're literally insulting something that's going to be a gift to you in the future. You're going to stroll into Best Buy and you're going to buy a gaming handheld or a gaming rig or a gaming laptop or a console. And if it's got any of this tech inside of it, you're going to benefit from it. You're going to be able to be like, I've got no question that I'm going to get good resolution and frame rate. And it's not going to feel bad like it does right now. They're going to improve on the input latency issues. PlayStation's already looking into it and patenting something with input latency issues, and NVIDIA Reflex is very impressive. I couldn't believe it when I played God of War Ragnarok. I was parrying like I'd never parried before. And you guys know me, I love parrying. Fix the frames ordeal. What's the next frontier? Once they've really nailed upscaling and frame gen and input latency, I think the next frontier will be dynamic AI responses with respect to like NPC, enemy aggro, and dialogue. I think that'll be kind of the next frontier. They're gonna want you're gonna interact with something that feels like a unique experience, not something bespoke, not something scripted. I think that'll be the next frontier. They'll be trying to use AI and machine learning to give you both enemy NPC interaction as well as dialogue interaction that will feel, I don't know the word to use. It'll feel dynamic and emergent in a way not seen before. Jeff Grubb says, I wouldn't read too deeply into the PlayStation shakeup. The press release centers on Totoki moving on from PlayStation back into overarching Sony corporate hierarchy, and I bet that's what this is really about. Inside SIE, it sounds like nothing's really changing. Oh, wow. Thank you, Jeff Grubb. Question here from Mikey Bot. There we go. Lono, I really wanted to get the PS5 Pro, but games that run 30 FPS and 4K make me feel sick. I like performance mode 60. Is it still worth getting the Pro? You will not be playing games in 30 FPS on the Pro unless you intentionally opt to. Grubb's literate. Let's go. Well, Grubb also has sources, and he probably reached out. And he's like, hey, what's going on over there? And they're like, all quiet on the Western Front. There's nothing going on. Totoki moved up. Nishino moved up. Hulst is doing his thing. Nothing's changing. Like, yeah, that's not surprising. Baked-in lighting is a dying medium. Yeah, lighting systems will probably improve as well. All right, I cleared out the queue. He better be quiet. We'll snatch that one too. Wait, what? Oh, you guys talking about Thrash. Yeah, I mean, if they mass report him again, it's going to be, I think, hard to BioWare has announced they no longer require support from the full studio. We appreciate your support as we build the new future of BioWare. Huh? I wonder if Xbox will add a third-tier console instead of iterating. I think that would be the most unlikely outcome. It only lets me set 4 options. LOL. I think that'd be the most least likely outcome of their hardware efforts. I think it's far more likely we get some kind of a handheld hybrid or PC hybrid. John with a question says, sorry if you've already addressed this, but what are your thoughts on the new No Man's Sky update? Might have just brought me back to the game. I think Hello Games has become, in my mind, they have become development gods. Like in the pantheon of top shelf godlike developers, they are in the pantheon of that godhood now. I don't know how you could see it any other way. What they're doing with No Man's Sky is truly remarkable. It's more than a game. It's I can't put words to it yet. I've got a video that I want to make. I've got things I want to say. It's so hard for me to encapsulate my ideas about No Man's Sky and Hello Games, but it's like they've gone beyond redemption. They've gone beyond redemption. It's remarkable. The little engine that could. It's just they are gods. You know? They are. There are development gods among us, and they are one of them. I mean, what they're pulling off, and their vision and their ambition and their passion, I honestly don't know if anybody matches what they've achieved as far as the work they've done in one game. Not just turning it around, but I've said for a long time that they essentially built No Man's Sky 2 inside of No Man's Sky. What they just outlined today, it honestly feels like No Man's Sky 3. It's like it's basically a trilogy in and of itself. It's like a trilogy in and of itself. The number of updates they've done and what they've achieved over the years it's nothing short of remarkable. I don't have higher praise to give them. Like, I run out of words and vocabulary to heap on to Hello Games, Sean Murray, and that team. I feel so good about how much I defended him over the years. Like, it makes me feel good that I got in his corner against a lot of the nonsense and a lot of the lies that people spread about him and the team. I feel really good that from moment one I was in their corner and I was like, these guys got a raw deal. And they've come out champions. At some level, they're industry impacting. They're almost industry disruptive. Like, procedural generation has grown in popularity literally because of No Man's Sky and Hello Games. Matt Piscatella says, I ended up being a great holiday period for the PlayStation Portal in the US. It finished the year with an overall 4% attach rate to PS5's lifetime installed base, and it ranked first among accessories in 2024 dollar sales. Attach rate is about a full percentage point higher than I expected. Good stuff. Oh man, I thought that thing was DOA. And here I thought the PS Portal was stupid and DOA. I'll actually spell out PlayStation. I thought the PlayStation Portal was stupid. I thought it was DOA. You know? I thought it was dumb. I thought it was stupid. DOA. It wasn't going to sell. Nobody wants that. That's silly. Oh, yeah. You also remember? You remember? They'll never add cloud, Lono. They can't do that. It's not built for that. I was like, they're going to add cloud, boys. It's just a different PlayStation that you're remoting into. How is this a problem? I think the Portal may have just outsold every other handheld on the market besides the Switch. Wait, are those handhelds considered and categorized as accessories, Eugene? Yeah, who is this for, Mango? Who is this for? 4% attach rate's pretty good. That's not bad at all. They'll spin it as a negative. They're like, oh, it's only 4%? Only 4%? That's actually really good. What do you mean it's not built for that? All it needs to do is video stream and send back inputs. Am I crazy or do I not understand any of this tech? Zuby, I literally felt like I was in the Twilight Zone when I was telling people that they could easily add cloud to the Portal in the future. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. I'm like, what do you mean? I was like, it remotes into my PlayStation so I can play games. All they have to do is say, yeah, you can remote into these PlayStations over here now, because that's all cloud is. I felt like I was taking crazy pills during those debates, Zuby. I was like, I know I'm not a tech guy. I know I'm not super savvy, but this seems like a plug that fits. You know what I mean? No, they're not, but it's like 2.8 million Portals sold. I don't think any other handhelds have touched that. Lifetime Steam Deck sales. Valve has stated in November of 2023 they sold multiple millions. Now, you're saying in the year, though, right? lifetime, Steam's in the multiple millions as of 2023. I don't think we can see total sales of the Steam Deck for last year. I don't think it's possible. Valve has not disclosed the total sales figures. They sold 43,000 in Russia. In 2022, they sold 1.6 million units. 2023, nothing. We can't see. I don't know. They don't reveal their numbers. Hang on. I got an idea. All right. I'm going to take a really, really quick break. If you guys haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. This is the only time I hit ads. If you guys get it to 350, I'll extend. If not, we'll probably be done in about 15 minutes, but I got to take a quick break. I'll be right back. We only need 22 members to extend, and we'll keep it going. We got a hard stop, though, at like 3. If not, we'll probably bail at 2:30. But I got to take a quick break. I'll be right back. My kids are watching the latest Spider-Verse, and I was like, you guys are watching it without me? Because I haven't gotten to see it yet. And they were like, oh, they kind of felt bad. They're like, you can watch it with us. We'll watch it again with you. It was really cute. Bro said he likes to feel the jiggle. Same, bro, same. I love that it's innocent. Like, it's just innocent. He's not saying anything like, you know, that he shouldn't be. Like, it's a little bit like, hey, bud, you know, because he's 9. Like, there's an innocence to it. You have to have premium sub for Portal. If you're just connecting to your own PlayStation, you don't need anything. If you want to use it as a cloud device, you need premium, yes. Bring the chat up so we can watch too. Yeah, and get a copyright strike. Raising them right. Madam doesn't like it. He gets me laughing. He'll say something like that, and I can't keep it together. Madam gets really mad. She's like, she tells him, she's like, getting him to laugh is not an achievement. He's like, he laughs at everything. He laughs at his own jokes. What is this? Somebody put in the wrong email address for like 2-factor. I'm getting somebody's 2-factor. In my Hotmail. By the time he's 12, he will mean it the same way we do. Well, I would hope that by the time he's 12, he's not running around doing that anymore. All right. In 8 minutes, we're going to go to the green room. If you want to come with us to the green room, it's a behind-the-scenes thing. It's a look at how we plan shows and uploads. The discussion kind of continues sometimes. You have to be at Member Plus to come to the green room. That's the $6 membership. So if you want to support me directly, if you've never tried out a membership on YouTube before, try it out for a month and see if you like it. It's only $6 a month, and you get extra content from me every day. Now, gifted members, every day you get to start with me in morning coffee. That's before we even go live. You get to hang out with us in morning coffee. It's a live show just for you. You also get into the Discord, Friday streams with Hilly, Friday night streams with my wife, okay? But if you guys upgrade, okay, it's a huge, huge help to me. We are trying to get to 600 people at Member Plus and above. It's only $1, and it allows us to differentiate between gifteds and paying members, because we do like to give a little extra more content to people who are paying to support. So we're going to go there in 7 minutes. If you want to extend the stream, sometimes we extend the stream and you guys turn it into like an AMA, more personal questions, non-gaming questions. I'll let you do that if this hits 350. So we would need 22 more members. Sometimes the big boys come in and flex and they extend the stream and they start dropping bombs. And it's a great time to do that because it's the more loyal folks that are here right now, increasing the odds of somebody like Feed and others getting a membership. So if not, in 7 minutes, we'll just go to the green room. Did you say Hotmail? Yeah, I have a Hotmail from a long, long time ago. It's the one that I used to set up my Xbox way back in the day. And I use it for like all of my... If a website makes me sign up for something or put an email in, I use my Hotmail. It's just a bunch of junk in there. I don't really use it for anything other than that. Is anyone else a bit disappointed that you can't properly free roam Rebirth post game? It's always weird. Ori and the Blind Forest, when it first came out, if you beat the last part and you rolled credits, you could not go back into the game. You can't. It was so weird. Now they updated it. They fixed it. They did. They fixed it. So now you can. But I remember I didn't get to 100% Ori on my first playthrough. You know? It's weird when games do make decisions like that. It's very, very odd. After that many hours, who would want to? Yeah, you might have missed something. I don't know. You know, sometimes people just want to. You finally created a gaming email account to use for all that? Yeah. It's nice to sometimes have, like, you know, everything in one place. All right, 5 minutes. I'm going to schedule the green room. And you got 5 minutes. We do not need to extend. We've had a huge day, but I always like to let you guys do it if you want. Green room. Member plus or higher. I will schedule it for 2:30. You just finished Icky Island. Hype for Yote. Icky Island was such a good closure. I really liked it. It was really good closure on the story. That's why people that were like upset about Yote not being Jin, I didn't quite understand that frustration. I was like, they did such a great job rounding out his story. Like, you don't need the best video game tree. Hilly is pitting Ori and the Blind Forest against Elden Ring. Okay, now that's funny, Hilly. All right, you guys have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. If you're going to extend, now's the time. And I'm trying to get the link for you guys. Spoiler, Erdtree wins. I don't like the constant voices in my head interruptions that mess with the flow of the game. What game are you talking about, Bender? Are you talking about Hellblade? Oh, Icky Island. You know, I actually got to there was a couple of times where I was like getting interrupted by like the flashbacks and stuff, and I think there were a couple of times that I kind of rolled my eyes a little bit. Like, I wasn't like mad. I was just kind of like, here we go again. I'm not a huge fan of what I would describe as disruptive storytelling. I'm not a huge fan of disruptive storytelling where, like, you're kind of doing your thing and all of a sudden they're like, oh, my head, and then there's like a flashback or it's like, can I just have a cutscene? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's this weird thing where they interweave it into the gameplay, and like, you're being disrupted, you're being stopped from doing something. I'm not a huge fan of disruptive storytelling. There were times in Nine Souls they did it a little bit. It wasn't like a big deal, but yeah. All right, 60 seconds. I'm going to spam a link to the green room, and we are going to get out of here. Guys, thanks for a stellar day. We're well on pace for the goal this week. So much support for the channel. I want to say a quick thanks to all the people that did gifts and super chats. Sneaky Wolf and Rich Rod and Mike on the mic with super chats. Trill with super chats. Alejandro did some gifting of members. Behemoth gifted a big 20 bomb. Melee renewed a super chat from Siriu and Raven, and gifted members from Roadkill. Pete of H-Town did a super chat. Yuzu Ichikawa did a super chat, as well as a member plus and an upgrade to member plus. So many people continuing to upgrade. Thank you. Siriu with another super chat. We had Joker Quinn, and Siriu did also a 10 bomb. Jack Garland, Pete of H-Town, and Duff did some super chats. Cardock Wren did a 10 bomb. Dean Bromley was doing a bunch of singles, and a bunch of super chats here from Mike on the mic, William, Andy, Mike, Insomniac, We had Joker Quinn and Super Gaming as well. And then Mash, as usual, Mash takes the crown for the day. Most super chats. He went crazy as soon as the dadgum day started. So thank you to all of you guys. You make this possible. I stream full-time and make content full-time and provide for my family, and it wouldn't be possible without people being that generous. Like, we are literally supported by you directly. There's a link in chat. That's where we're headed. That is the green room. If you want to come with us, sign up for Member Plus. It gets you into the back side of this channel to see all the cool behind-the-scenes stuff. Thank you so much for being a Member Plus or a VIP. We continue to get people to upgrade to Member Plus, and thank you so much for doing that. I hope you enjoy the extra content. I hope you keep your Member Pluses and your VIPs. Supports me directly. We are about 35 people away from hitting that 600 milestone, and then we'll do those celebration streams and those fun things. With the big goal this year is to get that number to 1,000. So 600 is within reach. We need 35 more people to upgrade. I'm going to end the previous stream and redirect folks over. And if you want to come with us, go snag yourself a Member Plus, and I'll change that thumbnail because we're live over here now.